Cooper, do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600 dance moves and I am programmed to get freaky.
Hello, Chiato! It's Sundat, and coming up today on Building a Nation. Hello. Do you ever just really like seeing a backflip twice? Because today I thought I'd treat you. Had time to pay out the points during the intro. Third time lucky? Fuck it, why not? Hello, chatto, it's Sundat, and welcome. Fucking, I thought about it. All of my thoughts had evaporated from my head. I'm not mute. Wait, what? Oh. One more? Fourth time's the charm? Good Christ. I mean, if I could pay out the points twice, I think I probably should at this point, really. 4. I think there's a limit to it, and I think I've in fact found it. I don't know why I believe that I'd be muted, considering it's literally a button I push and nothing here happens automatically in my books. Ah, dear. Thank you, Phil. Yes, I thought I had a joke there, and it's gone as well. Ah, dear. Yeah. The Germany shirt arrived at my home a little early, and I suspect, much like most of the German national team, arrived at their homes a little earlier than I anticipated. That's not as good as what I had in mind.
And coming up today on Outcast to Icons, I've been shamed and thrown out of my current job for terrible performances in the intro, and now we're looking for a new one.
Good God, Don, you actually had me in the middle of that for a moment. And I know that you're not an earnest person very often, but sometimes there's a crack in the veneer, and I thought this was one of those moments. Thank you for the 34 months, so I do appreciate that, my friend. And Wondrous Skylight, thank you very much for the 24. How are you, my friend? Every time I see something to do with Wickham, I just think of you. Genuinely, how are you? You messed up the intro, but I'll take it. And Josh as well, thank you for the follow during the pre-stream part. Good stuff. Ah, dear. He didn't know, because I have only just realised that is what it said. France, Paraguay, so, I mean, I agree with Hadrian. I wouldn't want to see that all the time, but occasionally a team resorting to just pure nonsense is... That being said, nothing... Well, I say nothing annoys me more. Things do annoy me more than this, but the shitting penalty stuff, where teams basically... will try and destroy the penalty spot, won't let penalties be taken. All you have to do, as a referee, is send the dirty bugger off. That's all you got to do. Literal. Interfere with the penalty spot, instant red card,
Almost
goal.
3 years
I know that's not in the rules, but they should be. I hate that shit so much.
I need therapy.
Babsphere, thank you for the 31. Ah, dear. Ref was not sending anybody off. I don't know. I saw some of the tackles in that game, and I was thinking to myself, yes. Because obviously I was only watching the highlights this morning, and I just assumed that they just weren't showing the parts where the yellow cards were given. And then I went onto the internet, and after the tiddies, I saw all these stats about how there were no yellow cards in the game. 3. That's... Like, I'm not saying there should have been loads, but there should have been some. There were some blatant fouls, and some, like, really obvious professional fouls that are just, like, instant yellow cards in pretty much every single match as well, which is the weirdest thing for me. And the thing is, it nearly worked as well. They very nearly managed to pull that off. I say nearly pulled it off. Nearly ground France down into a 0-0 draw that would have gone to penalties, probably.
5 bloody years of OK streamer playing silly computer spreadsheet games with silly make-believe computer men, and now women. 5 years of building nations, outcasting, ballsed up intros and general shenanigans. Here's to many more, and come on Erland.
I just cheersed without a fucking drink in my hand when I was actually holding one for the previous 5 minutes. I've just realised this song is by a band called Silly Goose. Shout out to you for that. I saw some more geese yesterday. There was like 200 of them down by the river. Pog and I just sat on the riverbank for like an hour, and the geese were like right there. It was brilliant. And I saw a second hybrid goose. And it was a different one because the same one that I saw on Thursday was also there as well. I went for you. Oh, that's weird. Twitch has definitely been messing up a little bit lately, I've noticed. There's been like random glitches all over the shop, unfortunately, which is very Twitch coded, I must admit. It's time I finally move to Justin TV. Thus, orthodontist... Oh, really? Braces put on in 2031, having 3 teeth removed. Oh my god. Wow, that sounds drastic, but hey, if it's what needs to happen to get yourself healthy in that sense, then ultimately that's what needs to happen. I always come back to this, but I was needing braces, and then they said my head got bigger. To fill out, to allow space for the teeth, which is probably why I can no longer wear hats. That's true. You can't have a second yellow if you don't get the first one. Or even the third one if you Graham Poll, right? Who's ripped your cock off in the team? It was John. It was Olafemi John. He has in fact ripped
months,
his cock
smile Vov, what have I become? Well, I'm happy to be here also. No further news on the real life, so just keeping going, smile.
This concludes the 10:07 update on the real life. Which, was that an MTV? Never mind, Matt. That feels like that was an MTV show. Basil, thank you for the 47. I'm glad you're well, though, my friend. That's the most important thing. I'm going to get off my big face because we've got Next Gen Day. Well, we've also got the team. So yeah, slight thing happened, which I'm not a big fan of, but such is life. We'll see if I can find it. 23rd. Is it 23rd? Oh, Van Kemsik has also got injured on Belgium duty, but that's not the worst one. It is... Where is it? Olafemi John injured. Yeah. His ACL went pop. 8 to 12 months. That's the longest injury we've had to any player in this save. And it's Olafemi John. And it was a goddamn friendly as well. Yeah. Not a lot you can do. Basically, I didn't even think he'd be there because it was international break, so I just figured he would be on loan, sorry, not on loan, on international duty with Nigeria, because normally these guys don't play these ones. So, here's my plan. Because obviously we are light at left back now, and Alvarez is... I've always been a bit unconvinced by him a little bit. Was it friendly against Paraguay? It was Paraguay playing, cosplaying as Dolny Kubin. Because if I recall, our boy Naeem can play left side too. And that's where we've got more strength as right back options, because if you look at our left back spot, it's basically just John and Alvarez. And now it's just Alvarez. We have no one else. However, the right side is a little bit better because we've got Naeem, Coffee, and Janicic. But Naeem, technically, can't play left wing back. Why can't he? I swear he could before. I think he's forgotten how to play it. Fuck. Coffee sure as shit can't. Naeem at least can play left back. Sort of, kind of. Because he does have a left foot, kind of, sort of. That's not a bad idea. Yeah. What about Janicic? What have you got, buddy? Any options? No, didn't think so. Looks like Alvarez it is. What I might do, potentially then, is use that as a changeable option mid-game. So if Alvarez, when he inevitably does get tired around 70 minutes, we could maybe move Naeem there to allow for someone like Coffee or Janicic to come in or something like that. I think it might be that we've played him there a couple of times because he could play left back maybe. Left-sided wingers. Which left-sided wingers? We don't have wingers. The only player that's even slightly able to play left-sided winger is Mateusz Sharpek with his one tackling. That is so big, Limerick Leprechaun, that the intro itself hadn't finished playing before I'd paid out the points, to give you an idea. Yeah, Naeem could definitely cover some points there in the league, but then we'd obviously need to use them there in Europe. This is the squad that will actually be eligible for Champions League matches, because obviously we wouldn't be able to register any new players. So the players you see right here are the players that we have access to for the Champions League. As far as like other players outside of that, there are a couple of other wingers, but they're all out on loan at other clubs, so they wouldn't be able to do anything for us regardless. It's, I think, going to be a case of we're good enough to win the league anyway, and we're miles clear. How clear are we actually out of interest? Yeah, we're pretty much already champions. Shout out to Brookbet Nuchecha, by the way. I mean, in a way, I'm disappointed this is happening, but they are miles clear of everybody else, and their goal difference suggests that they actually deserve to be there. These motherfuckers, on the other hand, need to get gone. We cannot have them stinking up Europe next year, let alone the Champions League. That would be catastrophic for us. As would Gornik Żabra getting relegated, or Piaskelevice getting relegated, or any of these guys not going. We're in a bit of trouble because we want basically Legia in Europe, Radomiak, Piaskelevice, and Gornik all to qualify for Europe. And well, Gornik Żabra are not getting Europe, are they? They're not going to catch back 11 points. Piaskelevice, maybe. Radomiak, maybe. Recall all that. I could recall all of Krakowia's loans. Smart play. None of them. So yeah, problems aplenty, but it wouldn't be one of our Champions League runs without massive problems. Wanderer Skylight, thank you for the 500 bits. I'm looking forward to this update.
Oh baby, first stream in ages. All hail Maltese cow. To summarize, since I was last on stream, now full-time as a binman woohoo, mum has a CPAP machine, been to Ascot race course for the first time, dripped out, lost loads of weight, now at my lowest since school, 116 kilograms, and remember when I said back last year that I bought Metallica tickets that were £350? Well, the first night was yesterday and it was cracking, and tonight is night 2. Football is also happening at 1 AM.
dude, I'm happy for you. That all sounds like things are heading in the right direction. Employment, mum getting health issues sorted out. Going to ask, I've never been to anything like that. I have considered Newmarket, potentially. We were there a couple of weeks ago during Newmarket races, just to our friend's barbecue. I forgot how horsey that place actually is. Congratulations on the weight loss as well. I know how difficult that shit can be, but it's just one of those things you just got to keep on going, right? And you look back on yourself and go, hey, look what I used to be. I did like progress pictures for 4 weeks into this sort of transformation thing I've been doing yesterday, because I've not really been able to notice much difference. But when I actually looked at the pictures, I realized that there was some quite noticeable differences in both posture, waistness, even though I've gained weight, my waist looks smaller, and general sort of shoulder, like, definition. It's really, really strange that you don't notice those things. Well, not obviously because it's slow process, but when you look at the comparisons before and after, then you go, actually, things are going okay. And that's kind of sick. A player stat view available. Which potential view are you referring? Do you mean something like this one? As in like pure on stats? Because this is the general analysis view I use for it. We do have some more detailed ones that are for more specific things, but this is the general analysis view. I hate this bit here where it loads it so wide for some reason, and I don't know why. I think it's a remnant of when they used to have 1,000 decimal places. Game mass. Yeah, no, exactly. That, and I believe that creatine can cause you to hold more water, and if you're taking that, can sometimes give you a bit of extra weight as well in the meantime. But either way, I don't really mind, because if I'm 3 or 4 pounds heavier, but at the same time my waist is like noticeably smaller, I feel like the love handles things don't stick out as much, which means shirts sit differently on me now, which was quite nice. I felt weirdly okay about myself for the first time in years. Pure stats. So there's this one I have, which is in the pack. I also have a couple of other ones here. So I have creativity spectrum, which is purely an annoying with the width of views again, unfortunately, because FM26 hates me. This is purely to do with creativity, obviously. So it's got like assist per 90, expected assist per 90 and stuff like that. Yeah, completed crosses, opposition crosses, open play cross percentage, because that's important. Keep all the sort of passing attributes that you might potentially want. Ha! All right, Angela, how's it going?
Angela?
Yeah, never mind. Chat. Someone in chat will understand what I'm referencing. It's fine. You okay? Looking very dressed in gown this morning. Yeah? Good stuff. So there's that. Mr. Polizia. Oh, by the way, speaking of him, he now has an Italian cap, and he scored on his Italian, not his debut, but the game after. So not only has his form been so good for us at 28 that he got an Italy call-up, that he actually scored for the Italian national team as well. We've made an absolute career out of this man, and I'm so excited for him. I wanted to get emotes sorted for both him and my robot, but I didn't want him to be like really shitty kind of ones that I'd kind of knocked out of nowhere, and I couldn't quite conceptualize the idea I wanted in enough time to make it work. So there's that too. So yeah, creativity spectrum, I have that. They're all in the views pack, I think, at least. I believe they are. Might be wrong about that. There's a deeper analysis view here too, but this is a bit more annoying because it, yeah, for obvious reasons. Then I have another one which is to do with, oh, where's it gone? No, where has it gone? Oh, shot map. That's the other one. This one is more specific to shooting stats, obviously, as you can imagine. So it tells things like shots outside the box per 90 minutes. You can see Joao Carlos loves a banger. XG per shot, which is quite a useful attribute to see, like, oh, I've broken a nail. Things like that. Conversion ratio, XG totals, XG per 90, which is quite an important attribute as well. Things like that, basically. Delaying the restart of a play. You'd think so, yeah. It's almost like they're just... Obviously, they could apply that there, and it clearly is that, but I do wonder if they need to carve out a special, like a caveat rule that is an addendum to that specifically deals with those situations to maybe sort of speed it up. I don't know, but it is like crazy, some of the shit that was going on in that one. Like, they looked like they were about to set the penalty, and then it went back to more bullshit again. Oh, enjoy the rest of your day, Wanderer Scarlet. It's lovely to have you in chat, my friend. I'm glad to hear that you're doing really well. So yeah, those are the ones I have. Now, I have no idea what I was saying before that. It's completely lost my brain. But yeah, Polizia, my guy, he has, I mean, just looking at the stats that he's put up for us this season, he is our second highest goal scorer. I'm pretty certain. 17 goals for Roberto Polizia. 5 assists. I think his assists have definitely dried up a little bit, but I don't really think that's entirely his fault. He's still creating chances. 8.3 is well within the reams of players in that kind of area. It's better than Joao Carlos. It's better than Paulo Henrique. In fact, where the hell even is Paulo Henrique? Oh, it's directly underneath him. So yeah, not quite as good as Montperouse, but Montperouse plays a different role. He's absolutely exceptional for us this year, and my God, like, I just love him so much. And I don't entirely know what is causing him to be as good as he is. The gets into opposition area thing is perhaps playing a role in this, but either way, the guy's a goat. That's what, yeah, there's a lot of things I could do, and I just think that the referee was in... He didn't seem interested in refereeing the match at any stage, pretty much. Oh, I'll have to refund your points, unfortunately, as the song is a tad bit too long. I'm guessing it's a rather long Metallica song. Just the entire album. he's just the GOAT. And, I mean, he just has the most generic looking regen face after all, but that's fine. So, it's next gen day. All I did basically was I played one game off stream, which was a game against Jagiellonia, other than the friendlies, obviously. We won 3-1. Naeem, Al-Shankiti, Polizia, of course. The usual suspects, pretty much. Alvarez actually got injured in that game, hilariously. Yeah, I mean, obviously we signed him because he's good, but it's the fact that he's just been mental. In fact, so much so that, obviously I remember this, I mentioned this last stream, but my thumbnail guy, Will, he's going away for a little bit, so he was not going to be unable to do a thumbnail for this week's recap video. So I booked one in advance, but because I didn't know what was going to be happening this season at this point, I was thinking about doing one for the youth intake, but obviously it turned out shit, so I'm glad we didn't do that. I got a generic one made. I'm genuinely thinking of making my own thumbnail for the recap video for this week, solely so I can put stuff in this about Roberto Polizia, because I feel like he deserves to be front and center in something like that, and it'll give me an opportunity to try and learn some of that stuff, because I really would like to get back into doing those things again now that I think I'm a little bit better at it than I was before. Ref was very interested in expressing his distaste for the French network. Yeah. Where was the referee from? Not that that's relevant, but his name sounded, not Russian, but it did sound a bit Russian. I'm assuming he wasn't obviously Russian, but like he sounded like he was from that sort of region of the world. Uzbekistan? Oh, really? Consistency was terrible. Yeah, I think at some point you've got to kind of call it. Hello, Peace. Literally nothing you've missed so far other than me messing up the intro, us just looking at Roberto Polizia's beautiful face, and Olafemi John's ACL popped. So there's that. Now, it's next gen day. And I'm not sure how many people we're going to have on this anymore. Because it feels like we don't have as many as we used to back in like Syrene's days. Postcode, thank you for the very nice, for the 25 months. That's very kind of you, friend. I hope you're well on this muggy but somehow grey Sunday morning. It's sad that it's like that, but such is life. We deal with these things. I'm going to go with 6 players on it from us. And 2 players that are independently playing in Poland, but not as a result of anything we've done, which would actually be a relatively good amount. That's like closing in on, what, 7 or 8 players overall, and there's only 50 of them. That would be my guess. Now, as for overall winner, do I just take a proper swing and go Mexico Monterrey? French Marseille. I mean, it would be in character for Marta. 11. 4-1 on loan. Okay. Oh, yeah, we're definitely going to have a couple of loanings in there for sure. As for the overall team, yeah, you know what, I'm going to swing it. I'm going to go Mexico Monterrey, which I don't think is really even possible because we've literally had our scout report for Mexico Monterrey within the last month, so there was no one on there that was like goated. Oh, actually, no, I'm going to go Argentina Boca because there's that crazy good Argentinian youngster that's showing up a lot in our scout reports. Oh, Argentina Boca, locking it in. Oh, also, fun fact before I show you this, I didn't have auto-save switched on. I could have technically save scummed and not had John's injury happen. I realised that I could have done that, but I didn't because I'm an honourable man or something, and I just love pain. So, number 1 is... That's what I'm talking about. Tobias Steinbergen wins next gen. Did he not win it last year as well? Yeah, exactly. So I made sure, luckily I have a checklist thing before stream, and one of the things that's now added onto that is make sure autosave is switched on. Literally, it's like a task list that I have to work through, like pre-flight checks before every stream now. And it's about 15 different things. It's things like Lumia lights, has the title and like go live notification change? Do you have the 3-minute pre-stream chat message in there? Is the temperature sensor working? Have you done this bollocks and stuff? Have you set up fantasy? Have you done the VOD comments? Have you set up stream notes and all that kind of jazz? Boca guy, not even top 10. Yeah, maybe he hasn't played enough. But either way, is there a way you can see the history of next gen? I just want to see. That's sick. That is sick. Back-to-back next gen winners, and they're different players. Which means that basically those youth intakes back to back, amazing. It's a shame you can't see any deeper on that one, but okay, we move back. Lillestrøm guy, oh, it's not a guy I've heard of either, which is even better. Okay, so we go to immediately Jurgen Limals, because he's Belgian, and a striker. Quite a small striker, but we take that. I mean, I say we take that. We don't have the money to take that, which somehow we managed to spend it all. Beerschot. Wait, was a guy there from Beerschot? Oh, there was. What do you reckon? He was on loan from Barcelona or something? Samuel Ngono. Imagine he's still at Beerschot, because he was 19 then, so he'd be 21 now. I'm going to say he's at Tottenham. Okay. Samuel Ngono, still at Beerschot. Well, hello there. Not only that, he got promoted last season with Bearshot, is now crushing it in the top flight. Certainly want to scout him. His finishing is actually kind of ass. But what he does have, though, is exceptional passing. I don't know how he did. Maybe we did. No, we can't have done, because otherwise I'd have some base knowledge of him, wouldn't I? How did we miss this guy? Was that not relegated? You're right, it is. Jupiler Pro League is the top flight. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Yep. Either way, he was still scoring double-digit mid-teen numbers in the top flight of Belgian football with what seems to be quite a shit side. So, ultimately, he looks like he's going to hit similar numbers this year. He looks like a really creative striker, in that his finishing isn't very good, maybe, but his passing is minimum 12 and his vision is minimum 10. And he's got great work rate. This is like a deep-lying forward type of player, but looks... Oh, he's intriguing. I obviously don't want to sign him outright because we don't know what his attributes look like, but for sure, how much money do we have? I'll come back to that in a sec. Oh, we do have 37 million, actually, so we can splash if we get a bit of money sorted out for him. Also, I figured out how to see the reasons why players are turned down on recruitment focuses. Someone in the VOD comments let me know. Thank you for that. We'll come back to that in a second, though. Kologiko, thank you very much for the follow. Back to the next gen. We've got this guy here at Bastia, who's on loan, right? He must be. Yeah. Oh my God. He is a bit beat Vanetti, yeah. That's, yeah, we could probably, I reckon we could get him on a reasonable deal as well. Yeah, he's a loaner from PSG. Presumably they signed him from Defensor, well, it's usually Defensor Sporting. That is an oofy. That's definitely one that slipped through the net as far as our scouting has gone there. Or there was a reason we said no, but I can't imagine it was particularly not for £1.4 million. Ah, that's a sucky one. What the fuck? God, I hate that. They got to sort that out. Jakob, oh, Polish sounding fella. Jakob, hang on, Kuczynski. Or Kuczynski? Kuczynski. Actually, the N's got a little... Poles, what's the accent on the N doing here exactly? How is that affecting the word here? Well, I probably have seen it. I've just never noticed it before. He's 16 years old. Came through Eintracht Frankfurt. I like him. I like him a lot. He says the third Spanish. Oh, no? Oh, I see. You mean so it should be Kuczynski. I don't know how I would even say that with the Spanish sort of N sound. That would be a tough one. Oleg Popov, but it's a Russian guy, actually. At Atletico, Frankie Fitai. I just really like his name. The Unia Bomber. I better watch my inbox. The Unia Bomber. Good God. Okay, this guy. Oh, we have scouted him before. Oh, wait. We have scouted him before, but we then didn't progress? Or rather, let me just see. Maybe I'm in the process of currently signing. No, I'm not. All right, okay, we could just sign this guy. Horgan Solberg Dragsnes. What about Nice? Okay, sneezing time. Eventually. Oh, no, don't do this to me. I can't stand here with this. Oh, no. I've got a stuck sneeze. It softens it. From a... So does it soften it in the same way that, like, Quinones? So it would be... Kuchin... I don't know how I would even... That's a tough one for me. I'd have to look up to the English phonetic pronunciation of that to try and get that right, because that's not something I've come across in Polish as often. Or I just haven't noticed it as much because it's quite subtle little accent on the N. So yeah, Horgan Solberg Dragsnes. Sorry, Dragsnes. The Dragnet, as it were. Maybe it's because he's a winger? That might have been one of the reasons I was a little bit unsure. He's fine. He has good physicals. Good dribbling. He's 19. Let's see. If they want, like... Is he worth 3.4 million? Maybe. And I feel like he's worth... I can see enough of his attributes to feel like maybe he's worth it. Perhaps. Wish you this today. Ooh. Great Sunday. And happy 4th of July for yesterday for all our American viewers who are probably still in bed, rightfully so, because they're probably all sleeping off their hangovers. Wimbledon predictions. I reckon that they've got a really good shot of promotion this year, potentially, Chris. New sponsorship sorted out with FM, again, an extension of that now going into the 25th season. Solid works. High-end level. Yeah, I don't know about high-end. He's probably more just a kind of... He would be considered high-end in the past, but I'd say he's almost kind of mid-range these days. Liverpool... Oh, no. This is a guy I really wanted to try and sign. But we didn't get him fully scouted properly. And I regret that decision immensely. Hamza Tayouri. Oh, God, that is a misstep from us not signing him. Jesus Christ, he's good. And for 500 grand as well. So yeah, I don't know. All I know is that sometimes when I'm searching for the football, I accidentally put Wimbledon on and I'm like, oh, it's very quiet. Yeah, I don't know anything about... I know next to nothing about tennis beyond the very basic outline rules and like the names of a couple of players. It's just never been a sport that I've been able to enjoy spectating. I've played it a couple of times and had a bit of fun with it, but I feel like it's... There's a lot of sports like that I think I enjoy playing way more than I would ever want to be spectating it. Like, I don't mind... For example, I would never watch bowling, but I like a bit of bowling. Who doesn't, right? It's an excuse to drink a Tango Ice Blast. Ooh, Turkish fella. Kamil Özgür. Ooh, well... I worry about his PA ceiling, although maybe I've had that before. Yes, give me the names and I'll do my brain stuff. That'll work. But if it's wrong, then it's my fault, obviously, because I'm the one saying it. This guy, though, I think we can all agree that John Gar's most normal-sounding Colombian spelling of John I've ever seen in my life. Hubert Hurkacz versus Jan-Leonard Struff. I'm going to go with Jan-Leonard Struff because that is a cool surname. J.L. Struff. I'd read a fiction book written by him. We're going to just sign Johnny Boy if we can, right? For 900 grand or roughly, there's really no downside to it. And his parents know how to spell John. An incredible term. Cursing my guy. You love to see it. Had you let me know that in advance, it would have changed nothing. But no, it would have changed nothing. Big Earn. Big Earn. Big Earn sounds like a lobbying group solely made for funeral directors. I'm here all week. Hey, look, a player. Wait. Oh, this is what... Wait, is this the guy? It can't be. Oh, it's a different Georgian dude. Nika Gabasonia. Told you Bologna had some cracking loanies. And he's... Fucking hell. He's one of them. My God, Nika. Good stuff. Do not piss off Big Earn. They will bury you, literally. They have the facilities for that big man. Nikola Jovanovic. 19. Do you know what? I might punt on him as well. Out Kingpin. Is it a movie about bowling? Does it do for bowling what Listers does for bird watching? Because I'm here for it. I'm all about that shit. Like, who do you think you are? I am, and such. It's the only thing the only bowling-based reference I have, you know? 600 grand is all right to try on him, I think. With the money we have available, mostly because of the sailing of people like... The sailing of people like Sol Aranda. Ibrahim Madi... Yeah, he couldn't... Mikhail... That's an interesting Turkish first name. He's a bit too expensive to punt on, but I'm curious. Mustafa Kasama... Oh, hello. Oh, very interesting. Milutin Filipovic. He reminds me a little bit of our boy. Like a much worse version than our boy. And by our boy, I mean no longer our boy, Obradovic. With the work rate and the... 5 million is a lot. I might scout him again, though, just to be sure. I'm curious. I like a bit of flair. You can't go wrong with flair. We've got... Right, next page. Atletico, Porto. This guy's not one of ours. There you go. Adriel Bahui. And wait, he doesn't sound like a Spanish scourge either. Oh, he's not. Big up them. Adriel Bahui, which I'm just enjoying as a name. He's very fun. 19 years old, Ivory Coast, worth £34 million minimum. Well, at least we know where Jagiellonia's money is going to be coming from in a couple of years' time. Hasn't played even that much for them this year. Full beard like that at 19 as well. Good work, lads. Then we've got, oh, hello, Nikolai Jeppesen. Oh, technicals look a little bit to be desired, but no Danish capture either. Guy at Hertha, he's probably quite good. Another Colombian, he's on loan. Oh, he's not on loan. Honestly, these kind of guys are probably really capable loan farm players. They don't want huge contracts. We can tie them in nicely because he's got no Argentina. He certainly has no Argentina caps. They're not super expensive. I think it just leaves us a nice little wiggle room. It allows us to sign players that are kind of already good without costing ourselves too much money in the process. This guy has to be on loan, right? Surely. Demario... I almost said that as Leonard, but it's not. It's Demario Learned. A highly intelligent player, no less. Who's he wanted by? Liverpool and RB Leipzig. Where are you from, my friend? I must find out. Since he's from LA, he'll be from like Orange County or something, won't he? Inglewood. Demario Learned. I do like his name. He's won me over with his name. Yeah, Red Star, maybe they have an affiliate agreement. That would be my guess if they have an affiliate agreement. This guy has to be on loan from us, right? Juraj Solomon. Tell you what. Wait, was this the guy I punted on a couple of years ago for like quite a lot of oh my God. Tell you what. He's actually developing into quite a reasonable player, considering the amount of money I paid and the quality of loan he found, which was not that high. Considering he's like these guys. They are a struggling side in that second tier. And other than the jumping reach, he's got a crazy high value, which suggests maybe there's a decent bit of PA in there. I don't mind a bit of Uri here. I think, honestly, him having a couple of seasons to continue developing here is probably the best thing for him. If he is as good as this, him getting 3 or 4 years on loan, these guys could be, yeah, like Navia. We could do it. I mean, it's tough when we got 2 centre-backs to play like that. But, then again, maybe just having speed could make the difference there. Kenan Ladislovic. Injured. Plays for Istra. Okay. This is a bit of a fun one. I feel like we've already seen this guy before because I recognise the name Echeverry. And he's from Nice, so that as well. This is a bit better than normal. Joshua Newby. So he's at Charlotte. So that's North Carolina, South Carolina. It's one of the Carolinas. I'm going to guess he was born in Raleigh. Blacksburg, Virginia? Is that Virginia? Okay, Joshua. I do want to find a really good American player because they obviously do exist. Their national team has decent players in it. It's just tough to pick out the good ones a lot of the time because they're so expensive. Serdar Sadef. Okay, that's turkey tax in full flow there. We're not likely to find another one of those guys like we did before. Roma dude. Giovanni Visani is an extremely good name, but he's very expensive. Spiros Pozapalidis. I like his name. He has 4 jumping reach. Hang on. He has 4 jumping reach at 6'2". I cannot stress this enough. 4 jumping reach at 6'2". I don't think I've ever seen a player be as tall as that with such inability. You know those videos you see on TikTok of people being like, I never learned how to jump. This guy right here, officer. That is mental. I guess he's just tall, but ultimately, jumping reach is basically just the ultimate height that a player can reach, including the jumping part and their height. And thus, that means he's basically not jumping at all. He's just got the longest torso in the world. All of those men's shirts that everyone makes these days that are massively long for absolutely no reason, they actually fit this guy. He was the man that they were based upon. I put a small t-shirt on in a shop yesterday, and it came down halfway down my thighs, and I'm thinking to myself, why would anyone want this? This does not look good. Those are good dresses. Pretty much, yeah. Akbash play left wing back. Akbash is a centre back that can play right wing back, unfortunately, not left wing back. When he did play for us out wide, it was actually in the wide right position, unfortunately. So it would be, even if we record him, it wouldn't matter, but unfortunately, he would not be able to play in that role either. This is Khalil Jima. Oh, okay. I might punt on this guy because I'm not missing out on another crazy good Tunisian player. I refuse to do it. I don't think he's anywhere near as good as the other guy, but we still should take it. 230. Oh, especially for 230 grand. That is delightful. He's 19 though, but still, the loan farm Beckhams. Vanderlei we know all about. It is a bit of a roll of the dice on this guy, but maybe in the summer, even though he's a winger, because 5 tackling. He's not really. He might not be here actually. Liam Miller, a Canadian player called Liam Miller. Well, that's never happened before. Spelled his name wrong though. Insane behaviour. He plays for Toronto FC, which means he's probably born in Barrie, Ontario. I'm guessing that's quite near. Isn't that a suburb of Toronto? It's probably not, is it? Then we've got this guy. Oh, it's an Hungarian. Tamás. Now, is that pronounced Gorgi or something like that? I swear it's pronounced something like that, not gurgly, although I do love saying it like that. Lisocki, he's probably not that good, but it's nice to see him. He's got Hungarian caps at 17. My guy. Love that for you. Hello, Inferno. Morton Person. A very Morton Person, in fact. I quite like his attributes. There's a lot of... I'm quite tempted on him. Leipzig won him as well. I don't like the PA, but if he's... Oh. That wage is extremely large. Likasaki, it was fairly close to that. A solution. Oh my goodness me. He's got a solution. 4 blue. Yeah, and when it's finishing... Well, first touch, composure. He's very fast. He's awful, but he can do a job. Well, I mean, he's probably going to get in there. Oh, he isn't already on 10k. You're right. That being said, his contract is up at the end of next season. I don't want to give essentially a youth player or a player for the loan farm like that kind of money off the bat, but I will shortlist him because he might. Yeah, some of the Danish players, especially FC Copenhagen guys, do get some mad money. This guy isn't one of ours, is he? Oh, he is. Sylvestre Kian. I genuinely have no idea who this is. Where did I sign? Oh, it was an ASIC Mimosas fella. Fair enough. I did not notice that dude before. Then we've got a Peter Collar of Bravo. Possibly something there. Want more information? That's great news. Mateus Sharpak's in the list. Love to see it. You okay, Pog? Sorry, sort of just loitering in the corner. Oh. Poggy, cuddle please. What do you mean? Well, not. What's that, chat? Apologies, chat. Pog's just not having the best head day. Just trying to make sure that she's feeling okay, which obviously she's not, but you do your best. So yeah, best wishes for Poggy. Bless her. Love you. Ah dear, keeping out of trouble. I mean, you know me. I just pushing over old ladies on the street and whatnot, sticking my head where it doesn't belong and whatnot. He's a bit excellent, isn't he? Though, I need to find a way to give him more football, and I think because otherwise he's not going to develop further. And I don't like that, but there is clearly potential in Mateus, and we signed him for a reason. And I need to make sure that he's going to be good, you know? Just checking the back button. Exactly. Got to keep people on their toes, even if they're not. He is not that great. Actually, wait, let me try again. How do I know? I haven't scouted him. He does have 6 scouts for Canada. He feels... No, he's not Spanish girl. She's from Vancouver the whole way. Hello, Simo. How's it going, friend? Costas is... Oh, Atromitos. I should have been wearing my Atromitos shirt today. He's very expensive. He's the ones I avoid. Players like him, basically. Run-on players. I don't really know. Most traits, I like a clean slate player most of the time, unless the trait is really specific to their role. So I try to avoid them for the most part. The less traits, the better. Because I feel like the problem with traits is that sometimes they back players into a corner where it gives you limited tactical moves if you then decide to change things slightly, because that player has now been too specific. They're over-specialized. But if they're players with, you know, high speed, acceleration, dribbling and stuff, then Knox ball past opponent can sometimes be really good for things like that, especially in this match engine. But it's really tough because it will depend exactly on what sort of tactical setup you're playing. A guy from an English club that isn't one of the big ones. Oh, that's cool. The Baggies signed him from Stafford Rangers. I love a lower league wonder kid from an English club, and you don't get them very often in the saves that we do because we don't have England switched on far enough to make that happen. That's cool. I want to scout him more. Mauro Perez. Oh, hi Ginger. How's it going, friend? Natty Cap's doing bits. You'd love to see it. Oh. And he's a goalie. Oh my god, he's very good. Oh my days. He's like Diakite if Diakite... He's who Diakite thinks he is, pretty much. That's insane. I like him a lot. What have I been doing? Seagull as a weapon. No, you see. You know me. Actually, that's true. I probably would use a seagull as a weapon solely because then I wouldn't be using a goose as a weapon. And that would be bad. As would using a seagull as a weapon, I stress. But if you've got a choice, take the gull. Do I like him enough to... He's no caps for Paraguay yet, which is a little bit of a worry. But if he did... He's the kind of player that the second you sign him, then they get caps. I've noticed that happens a lot with our players. We actually need to find a way to get rid of Fernando Tizon because he got an Argentina cap during the international break and now he's on 60 grand a week. So he probably needs to either leave or play loads, and I don't think there's any space for him in the squad at this stage. So he's probably going to get sold in the summer for absolute moon money, and I'm alright with that. Łukasz here. So, Łukasz, he's not Polish, Matt. He's quite good too, actually. Coefficients. We're still 5th in the coefficients. We're kind of safely in 5th for the foreseeable at the moment because Italy were the only team that could realistically catch us, and they've had an absolutely woeful season. Overall, they lost like 2 sides. They didn't even get a team in the Conference League this year. But what it really means for us is that The biggest issue we've got, I'll show you actually, because it's just easier to sort of illustrate it when I can show you with it. Dyslexic Lucas Podolski. This is the situation. We're 8 points clear of Italy, but we're 8 points behind France. And that's the problem. Yeah, so we were fourth and slowly drifted away because we had all of the round of 16 nonsenses. But the reason we've slipped so far this year is because we are losing a 21.9 point season, which obviously is going to cost you a lot. But look at the seasons we're losing in the next couple of years. 14.6 next year. We had over that just by getting out of the group stage this year. Then 15.7, then 17.1. We've already got more than that at the moment. Last year, 20 points. If we can do a few more 20 back-to-back seasons, that will get us right back into this battle again. And I think we're at a stage now, unless we get some massive unluckiness with other teams qualifying for Europe, which has definitely been on the cards for this season, and we have to keep an eye on that today, I think we're ready to go. Plus, I also think that we are now stronger ourselves. That said, watch us now lose to Freiburg over 2 legs. So this is Unirea Slobogia, who is the team that for some reason Red Star had that player on loan to. They must have an affiliate agreement with them, right? Can you see affiliates of other teams? It must be in here somewhere, right? I think they kind of need to revamp the entire club profile page. So many of the different elements that you would want to access with it are not missing, but hidden in... Oh, there we go. Yeah, there you go. There they are. So yeah, they do have an agreement with Crvena Zvezda, which presumably is why that guy's on loan there. Yeah, I just feel like that's one of those pages in 26 that is so very bad. And much as Saz has managed to do stuff to try and bring a few things to the forefront, the game just makes it so difficult for you to find the things that were really obvious in 24 and below. It's just one of the many issues we have with it, right? Not past opponent by fullbacks. Beats the offside trap. So places shots. Fun one. We actually are removing that from one of our strikers because we noticed that he was... I don't think he's lost it yet, though. No, he still has it. But even the act of him seemingly working on removing it has improved his finishing. He's now sort of up to where his XG was. We had a theory at least, that him constantly trying to pick his spots so much was actually meaning that he seemed to place his shot directly at the goalkeeper more frequently than he should have been, and it felt like he was getting in his own head. I don't know if there was anything to that, but either way, we thought we'd try a little experiment to get rid of it from him, and it did seem to slowly, even when he started working on removing it, help him slightly. So it might just be entirely apocryphal. Emre Mor on trial. Really? I remember when Emre Mor, back in the day, was like the most expensive bronze card in FIFA. And every time you did bronze pack method, if you packed Emre Mor, it was just like guaranteed enormous profit because he had like max price range for some reason. I think he was just really fast or something. I can't remember the exact reason. Coaching style compared to mine, I wouldn't even know where to find that. I'm still finding things in the game that would have been easily obvious before, and I think that's their biggest problem. Well, not the biggest problem. It's one of the problems that hopefully will be rectified. I do worry about this. I might just bump his base wage because I don't want to give him a contract like that because I'd have to. And I don't want to be paying him like 18 grand a week if he gets Norway caps, basically. Is it actually going through for Klopp to be German? Wow. I guess it does seem like a lot of managers do sort of essentially retire into being national team coaches after a while. Not always, but I would imagine that the average age of an international boss in football is older than... Wait, what are we doing? He doesn't need that, does he? Oh, he does. Oh, baby. Okay, I thought he wanted youngster. It seems like, I would imagine if you looked at it, it probably skews older, right? Get a bit oh, my God. It's a tough one, but I think he's probably worth the punt. If he doesn't go for this, then... Oh, he does. Nice. Five-star calls. Yeah, he was Dortmund youth, I think. But he used to be like instant stupid money, and then he got like it's like a Halloween type card where they released not custom cards, fun cards, but they were literally just the same exact card, I think, just with a Halloween skin on it. And for some reason, that was worth money. I would never entirely understand the economics of FIFA stuff. This is the loanee guy, isn't it? Surprised they're actually letting us do this, but we'll do our best. It's annoying that they want in these sort of mid. Is that going to work? There we go. Nice. Ultimate Scream. That was it. Yes. God, that takes me back. When was that? That would have been, what, 2017, maybe? Rob Stokes. And Wes McCarrick is a good name. Which team is this? Either way, I wish our youth intake looked a bit like that. Oh, by the way, there was a reassessment of some of the players in our intake. One of them got reassessed downwards. FIFA 16. Actually, that would make a lot of sense because that's right when I stopped doing YouTube and right when I tried to lose like 4 stone in weight by playing FIFA on an exercise bike. So I was properly locked in on FIFA 16 and I think 17, let's be honest. Youngster, really? £20,000 a week. That's not happening, friend. But what I will do is give you a longer contract and a much larger base wage that will hopefully assuage you. Really? No? Okay. How much do I have to pay you? 6.5. There we go. It might be a bit much. Nah, that's fine. Reject the loan back. Germa as well. Because we signed a lot of these guys. So, Ginger, what actually happened with NEC then? Did they qualify for the Champions League? Or... I just can't remember. Or is it that they have to go to the playoff round, which still technically is the Champions League, but they're likely to play someone quite good? I lost track. We needed our regular NEC updates, and I've been lost without them, frankly. Right, player contract there. Bit of that. His Tunisianness is going to be a tougher one just because he's going to want... Oh, he's not. Because he came in with a sensible ask of his wage. Perez, though, he's also a youngster. Nice. 21 grand. They do ask for some absolutely absurd things in some of these contracts, I notice. It's like, in what world would I give you £21,000 a week? Like, you've done nothing to earn that. In fact, what am I doing there? I'll just try and bump his base wage up to... But he may end up dipping out on us here if I don't. If he doesn't agree to that, fair enough. Screw him then. You can stay on your £1,200 a week then, my friend. I wasn't that convinced about that guy anyway, in fairness. This guy, on the other hand, though, I'm excited about. Really good Polish players. Yes. We actually have a central midfielder who's from the academy. He's still a teenager, but he's a starting level player for us and won the Next Gen award 2 years ago. And another player from our academy who unfortunately isn't Polish, but he did come through at Wisła. He's won the Next Gen award this year and also played in the World Cup final for the Netherlands whilst he was I think 18 years old. We've actually had a couple of really good intakes, but they haven't been around for a while, unfortunately. I don't know if I can be bothered with this guy either now. Nah, he wants less up front. I can definitely do a bit more for him. So thankfully, we do indeed have... I'll show you him in a second. His name's Jerzy Kowalski. I'll do an analysis. There we go, that's better. I think that's the last one, right? That was quite a fruitful little selection of the Next Gen list for once. Unusual for us. So... Oh, he's 20 now, actually. Jerzy Kowalski, this is he. 25 caps for Poland, 5 goals. He's worth 120 million. Wow. I didn't realise he'd been upgraded to 4.5 star CA. My guy. Versus Bodo. Oh, dear. Oh, Olympiakos, Leonor. So basically, someone crazy difficult no matter who you get. He's a little bit alright, isn't he? Let's play his go. I just realised how quick he is. That early quickness training we did on him was exceptionally good. I just don't see where his weaknesses are. For the role he plays in our team, which is... It varies, doesn't it? But he's usually a midfield playmaker. Dribbling's not the best, but... I mean, let's be honest. He's just exceptional. Attacking movement, maybe. Yeah, because his passing in... Well, not his passing. His positioning 16. His marking's 15. Those are kind of nearly maxed out. Maybe a bit of attacking movement. I guess he's off the ball and anticipation up a little bit. His decisions are absolutely exceptional anyway. But yeah, he's ridiculously good. He has to be the best we've ever produced. Then again, there's also Tobias Steenbergen, the aforementioned Dutch fella that came through our academy too, who is also ridiculous. Can't head a ball accuracy. It does suck, but I feel like it's one of those things that you just can't ask for everything, I suppose. Him being able to win the header, I think, is probably more important than the pure accuracy of it. And as long as his accuracy is not like, 3, I think we're probably all right. And then Steenbergen doesn't even have the best jumping reach, actually. Only 5'11". Yeah, he had 16 tackling when he came through the academy too, which is what we loved about Steenbergen. He already kind of had the blueprint for the player that he'd become. We didn't have to completely rebuild him from scratch. Like, there's a few nitpicky things, like I wish he could jump a bit more, but he's quick enough to make up for it, and I wish he was a little bit more aggressive. But other than that, he's got 16 caps for the Netherlands and a goal. He scored a winning goal in a World Cup match at the most recent World Cup when he was still 18, which is just insane. But unfortunately, it's been 3 years. He was the last sort of real star that we had in our academy. The last 3 years of intakes have been a lot worse, which, when you get that kind of luck, you expect to have some bad years. Molski's still on caps, and I suspect that he will largely remain that way. Now, maybe if we were living in a world where we didn't have the Spanish Scourge players, then perhaps Molski would have... In fact, not even perhaps. I feel like Molski would have definitely got caps in that world. But just with the amount of naturalised players, he's always going to be a very useful player in our first team squad that I don't want to move on because I like having another Polish core. But I don't think he has anywhere near the ceiling. I'll be willing to bet that his PA is about 30 to 40 points less than Steenbergen and Kowalski level. I think those guys are like elite, maybe like high 160 maybe kind of guys. Molski feels to me like a more of a left wing back. To be honest, It's not the worst idea in the world, considering we do need someone to play there at the moment. And he can play left-sided wing. Do you know what? With the injury to Olufemi John, I don't hate that idea for a temporary fix until we can do something different to that in the summer. It's not the worst idea. I wouldn't have even considered that. He does play there occasionally when there's rotation. 5 tackling isn't great. Yeah, no, for sure. But, I mean, there's no buts about it. It's not great. But it would definitely be... Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Marking's not great either. I will just briefly stick him on defensive position to see if we can work on both at the same time. Tough one, though. Yeah, none of the stars being sold is crazy, but I guess it's maybe the World Cup is putting that off slightly, perhaps. Maybe that will happen. I hope it doesn't. I always like seeing teams that sort of stick their head above the parapet and do really well, not just get immediately decimated as soon as they have that success. That's actually... I think he does have a bit of knowledge there, purely because occasionally my assistant, when I do full rotation, has played him there a few times. Before we had more familiarity in those positions, he definitely had put players in there for some reason. Now, would I feel comfortable bringing Molsky on there in a Champions League game? Probably not. But it does at least give us an option for someone to play there in some league matches. And it kind of works on 2 levels, because one, we then can rest Alvarez for league matches. Or rather, league matches like this one here, for example. And it gives us an option. And it gives Molsky more game time, crucially, right? I'm going to have to permanently remove John from the team for the time being, because we will not be seeing him until probably... What is it? It's April now. Minimum 8 months. Likely to be closer to a year. He's probably going to be back after Christmas, and that is awful. We probably will have to... Oh, Christ, Alvarez is injured. Well, it's just as well that... Fucking hell, that could have been devastating for us. So Molsky's going to have to start regardless, because Alvarez is knackered and injured from a previous injury on the international breaks. Good Christ. Al Shokri's knackered as well. But that's next match. That's all matches for the moment. Actually, no, what I'll do is I'll put Alvarez in. Nope. Right. Alvarez is on... Fuck it. This might not actually follow this anymore. So he's in. Now I switch to the next match. Now I take him out again. There we go. Because a lot of these guys are going to have to drop out because they are dead tired, which is a bit weird considering I rested players after the last game. We haven't played for ages, but it could be international football coming into play. Oh, I'll just do full rotation and put Molsky in. Oh, it hurts as well. But Molsky will play. It's an opportunity for the lad. Sharpak and Coutinho is good. I might, instead of starting Coffee for this one, start Janishits. Paulo Nunez and Augusto at the back. Beloya. Oh, Christ, we haven't got a lot of choices there, do we? Geisler, Marabit. Do I need Marabit for anything else? I think we probably don't, because we've got Kowalski back now, so it should be okay. You okay, Bog? Do I need to drink? No, I'm okay, thank you, my life. Are you okay? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Just please don't do it strong, please. Okay. Paulo Enrique, do I really want him to start either? That feels like too much quality in the team. But ultimately, we are still a little bit like that. That's okay. We've got enough options in that spot to get away with that for the time being. Chroma, thank you for the 26 months, my friend. I hope you're well on this average Sunday as hell. Sano will leave. It's just a question of getting the right money for him, I guess, then, right? Cape Verde. I mean, doesn't the Cape Verde keeper not even have a club, technically? Not even technically. I believe he doesn't have a club at all, does he? Is it going to let me do that? Or is the bench going to kick off? It might just be that the bench is okay, actually. Fair enough. We take that. This might be a defeat, honestly. But I'll still make sure I rest everybody afterwards, just in case. So I obviously went to bed before the Cape Verde-Argentina game finished. And didn't know what happened. So I obviously stayed off the spoilers, watched the highlights. And the way that the highlight... Oh, we lost, finally. That's our first defeat in 39 matches in all comps. The way that the highlights were planning out, I thought the narrative was setting up for them to win on penalties or something, because the thumbnail had Messi looking a bit sad. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the goal that he scored, it's when goals like that go in, your brain kind of goes, is this destiny at this point, right? Are they actually going to pull off some miracle? And the fact that they even took... Oh, Galuhak had a dreadful performance. The fact they even took Argentina as far as they did, insane. Genuinely insane. Fair play to them. I think like stories like that are what the World Cup is all about. And it's incredible we've had those kind of stories, because they've done it. And they've scored goals as well. Like, obviously against Spain, it was a proper backs against the wall job, and that's kind of the case in all the games they've played to an extent. But they've had goals in them as well. They haven't just purely ground out 0-0s and taken what they can in those situations. They've actually done stuff. Wow, literally just the one thing of note here, which is Audi Kukonda. So I imagine that will have helped nobody. Yes, shocker. Crazy. Imagine. All the Audi havers. We've lost the game. It's accepted. We expect that. Let me just do a little cheeky boy with a resty rest to make sure everybody is fully ready for that game against Freiburg, because that's the one that really matters. I'm worried about Alvarez being able to play, though. How did Moski get on in that game? I know we lost, but my assistant probably substituted him out, didn't he? He played 6.5 and was substituted after 67 minutes. Tough. Oh, for sure. Think of the talking heads we'll get for the next round of World Cup moments videos. I was unsure about how the expansion was going to play out, but I'm happy to accept that it was... I think it has made the World Cup better. I've enjoyed some of the stories that have come with it, but I do feel like this is enough. I don't think it needs to be any bigger than this. Because I think it would just dilute the quality too much now if you start going to 64. Third place, you shouldn't go through. Yeah, I think... I saw someone posit the idea that if you are going to do something like that because of the size of it, you need to have it so that the group winners automatically qualify for the round of 16 or something, and then the second and third place ones have like a play-in round, essentially, that is what dictates that, maybe, so that there's a little bit more. That way they could all sort of qualify, but they actually have to play. Then again, the logistics of that might not be great, but it would certainly reward winning your group way more than normal, because at the moment sometimes it doesn't even seem that beneficial to win your group, and sometimes it very much does. I just feel like with 64 teams, to add another 16 teams to that, I just don't know who those teams would be. I mean, Italy, I suppose, would be one of them. And I don't know whether the quality would be there. You could there's probably a couple of teams that you could look at and go, well, like Chile, for example, or Italy, or Nigeria, Cameroon, maybe. But I feel like it drops... Once you get past the first sort of handful of teams that would be obvious ones for that, I kind of feel like you're bringing in some really low quality teams. I reckon, CONMEBOL, every single one of them qualifies. All of them. Poland. Do you know what? I'm suddenly on board. I like the idea of just straight knockout. Get 100 and something teams in there. Everybody gets a go. And it's immediate knockout the entire way through. That would suck, actually. But it has been a very vibey World Cup. My latest enjoyment has been the England fans that went to that baseball game and singled out that one very specific player who was, I believe, name was Michael Harris, and basically just cheered this guy on for the entire match. And brilliantly, we're singing the chant of "There's only one Michael Harris." Meanwhile, his name is literally Michael Harris II, which is just quality behaviour. I love that shit too. My favourite thing about the World Cup, other than the obvious things in football, has been the side quests. I just feel like the side quests have been so fantastic so far. I guess the people in favour of expanding the World Cup would be anyone whose nation is just outside those teams currently. As usual with these things, I agree with it when it benefits my team. This has always been my stance on anything. Did it benefit Fulham or England? I'm up for it. Will it not benefit them? I'm down for it. That's a lot of injuries all of a sudden. Play Morocco, we got second, we play Brazil. Yeah, that's hiding to nothing in many ways, isn't it? Particularly with how good Morocco looked against Canada. Sorry, I mean, to quote Jesse Marsh, we were the better side. Yes, better sides. Like, if you lose 1-0, fine. But let's be honest, Jesse, you lost 3-0. Like, sometimes that does happen, but I don't think it really happened on this particular case, right? Mix all the qualifying together. What? So it's world qualifying? Jesus Christ. Can you imagine that? England have been drawn into a group with Tahiti. And they just sent the England C team. That non-league England team that existed for a bit. Well, I think it might still do, actually. Oh, no, there was actually England B at one point, wasn't there? I remember watching an England B friendly, for some reason, against Belarus. I think a goalkeeper got injured in the game, and then they scored off of it. 64 team would look... Oh, really? Okay, this is cool, actually. I love that you came with receipts for this. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, so let's see who's new, then. So I'm assuming it's all of the teams in mostly pot 4, I would have guessed, right? The Gazman, thank you very much for the 36 months. We were just looking at 64 team World Cup potential. Oh, they literally highlight, Matt. Yeah, so Italy, you'd make sense. Wales would, yeah, be on the borderline. Ukraine, Denmark and Poland, fair. Nigeria, Cameroon, Slovakia. Do you know what? It's not actually as crazy as I thought. Still no Ireland. Fair. That's, yeah. Venezuela seems surprising, but I guess that's just based on the qualifiers from the most recent one because Chile was so bad. Isn't that basically every single... Hang on. Would that mean that the only CONMEBOL team that wouldn't qualify there would be Chile? Or are they there? Because Peru, Bolivia, and Venezuela are all there. Alexis Sanchez was like, am I a joke to you? Huh. No, that's... Christ, and they say Europe has too many places, but ultimately, like, the quality of some of the teams in South America does sort of naturally make sense. I see. I'm suddenly less against it, but I do feel like the logistics would start to get a little bit silly to the point where this... I don't know if this World Cup has actually been any longer than, or rather will be any longer than other ones, but I feel like it almost can't not be just because of the extra round that exists. But I guess this wouldn't cause an extra round, would it? It would just cause that round to be slightly expanded, and you would then no longer need to worry about the third place qualifying thing, because it would only be second places again, wouldn't it? Because they just fill the more slots up because there's more groups in, ultimately. Games is the answer. But it certainly would obviously be more games, but it wouldn't be more rounds. It would certainly be more matches, though, yeah. So you would definitely still have to take longer. So it probably... Yeah, it still would take longer, and probably a fair amount. I mean, at some point, these players probably do need to not be playing football for a bit, but... Something, paid loads of money, something, that means you're not tired, something. I reckon, scale it back. 8 teams only. That's it. Make it really exclusive. And that's all. Except Mimosa's guy, he's already signing for us. He would have been, but unfortunately I'm a moron and let him go to Liverpool instead. Bye-bye, my friend. You don't need to be there. You're worth £106 million. Why are you even on there? Caleb Crawford at Celtic. I'm still kind of intrigued by Caleb. But I just don't know if I want to pay close to £10 million for him. Straight up just dude called Wallace. Wallace is very cheap. Why is Wallace so cheap? That seems odd. Yeah. 1 per continent. No, even that. I feel like just do it on FIFA rankings. Top 8, that's it. Done. Problem solved. He's weirdly cheap. He's 22, but looks like he... As a priority? He won't reach... I mean, they could do, because late bloomer is a thing. Or late developer is a thing. So absolutely they can do. Doesn't mean he's dead. I might just... I mean, for the price... Plenty of playing time over the course of a season. I mean, that is insane. What's a better of having a key player in the squad? You won't be, buddy. Realistically, you're a 2-star CA player. Where does that even rank for you in our team? Like, he is not a... If he didn't want that... Actually, you know what? I might try anyway. See if he can be negotiated out of being an idiot. But I feel like £3 million is a bit cheap for a player of that kind of quality, particularly if that PA is there. Pays them the most? Yes. Just the golf state. Do we already have that? Isn't it called the Golf Cup? Wait, I'm on the wrong page. There we go. The what? Maybe. What his actual name is? What was Wallace's real name? Wallace Gudens. That almost sounds Belgian. Oh, he's got Belgian second nationality. That would explain it. That's cool, actually. You're already joining us. You're already joining us. You are not amazing. Okay, fair enough. I think he probably will be a whopper, to be fair. I don't want to give him a squad status that's going to mean he's expected to play. I've fallen into that trap before. I already annoyed that Colombian fella that we tried to do that with, that keeper. He hates me at the moment, but he'll get over it once he finds a nice loan. Right, what does he actually want? Squad play? Yeah, no thanks, mate. The problem is because he's 22. That's the problem. If he was 21, this would not be a problem because I could offer him a junior status. But because he's a 22-year-old, I cannot offer him a junior squad status. And these ones he'll never accept. Oh, I'll try it. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. No signs of grommet yet. I'll have to check in his ears and we'll circle back. I suppose we could have done the pathway. I honestly don't know if he'd have accepted that either, honestly. I get the feeling he's the type that's like, no pathway, I want it now. Like the child from the Willy Wonka films. I can't remember who it was. Was it Veruca Salt or the other one? Violet Beauregard. Don't know why I rolled my R so much there. That sounded delightful coming out of my mouth. Okay. So remember, for European stuff, as far as I remember, it's just us and Gornik Xabcha now as far as Europe goes. They are through, and they are playing a winnable tie. Like, there is pathways for both of us today. They're playing against Universitatea. I always get that one confused. Universitatea. No, it is Universitatea. Yeah, Universitatea. That should be winnable. After that, things get a bit more... I crash power for a second. Hey, I do my own sound effects. And then they play Man United in the quarterfinal. The semis if they do get there, which is tough. Was it Veruca Salt? Do you know she is actually the sister of the Southampton spy? Things you didn't think you'd learn today. So Alvarez will be just about enough to start today. Pulisic, surely the Rabbit isn't starting this game. We've got Joao Carlos. Like, I love my robot, but I've got to draw the line somewhere. I think that's a really strong lineup. That sucks having no Johnny Boy around, but we better get used to that because we're not going to be seeing his name in quite some time. So the robot's back to the bench. Augusto's back to the bench. It does leave one spot available. We are a bit light as far as centre-back rotation because of the injury to Van Kemsika, but he'll be back. And we got Augusto now. Never mind. I'm an idiot. I forgot we put him in the squad. This team feels like it's got something to it. And I realise that going up against Freiburg with this aggressive tactic is maybe a bit of a hide into nothing, but part of me just feels like you kind of have to take them on at this point. We did it against Nice and we put 10 past them. And I just don't know if I don't know if we have the defenders to play yet the other system until Van Kemsika's back. Now, whoever we draw in the next round is likely going to require us to play a more conservative approach. But right now, I think we just got to kind of send it. Now, it could go horribly wrong, but, you know, I'd rather go down in flames than out with a tiny little spark. I'm going to have an early wee break today because apparently I rehydrated really loads before stream. So I'm going to do that now, which is fine because it means you get to do a whiz quiz chat. Be back in a Okay. Inferno, he's catching up here. This is on now. The World Cup is not done. 4 points in it. Inferno's kind of... I mean, it's a two-horse race, I'll give you that. But nevertheless, that's what's happening right now. Oh, dear. Right. And we're back. Unplugged Andrew's internet. I mean, somebody had to eventually. He was using it for malfeasance. There's the word. On your screen. Ah, you see. But I've got the live timing, you see. Quick little check on this, actually. No, you know what? We'll do it after this game. That way we can be celebrating our massive win or something. Speaking of massive wins, England are playing later. I say later. For all I know, the game has been moved to right now while I'm streaming, and we would just never know. Because, God, some of the discourse around that game being moved was just... I feel like it was a people can't read things in microcosm, which is good. I've enjoyed the lack of any kind of literacy on things like that. The idea that, England are trying to get the game moved. I'm pretty certain that England and Mexico both didn't want the game moved because it would have messed up their preparations. And what? Germany jersey for a Pride game. You're right. I am tempting fate, but I'll make it happen. All right, back yet. Declan Rice, of course. Yeah. And I enjoyed the other side of all the people whinging that, England are getting favourable treatment. I don't know how that would be favourable or something. I guess because of the kickoff time would therefore make it more viewable for the European audience or something. That was my other particularly enjoyable one. As if that had anything to do with it whatsoever. Dave Hull, thank you for the 3 months, friend. Beautiful, my goodness. Thank you. I appreciate that, friend. That doesn't really reply. I don't even know because it's... I thought that was only for US-based stuff, right? Because I know that is like a literal law that they have in the States, but this is not in the States, is it? So, favorable treatment for England, yeah. What I will say, though, is, you know the whole, like, Mexico haven't lost a game at the Azteca in 12 years or something, and then you look at who they've actually played in those 12 years. It's a bit like England's home record at Wembley sometimes, where it's like, yes, of course, but a lot of those are friendlies. I know I think they played Brazil one time, but realistically, was it 28 years? Either way, they weren't exactly... There was a couple of good teams in there, but for the most part, it was relatively small nations that you would expect them to either be drawing or beating a lot of the time. It's still impressive to not have any sort of missteps along the way, but I don't think it's the sort of be-all and end-all on these things here, you know? But I suppose it's ultimately it's talking points, isn't it? Isn't insane, but I think people are blowing that out of the water a little bit. Like, is it a bit of altitude? Yeah, probably, but I don't know. Like, I'm just not sure it's going to be as easy as they think it will be, and I'm fine with that. I would like them to continue to think that it will be easy, frankly. That's great. I actually don't mind being underestimated for once. Usually England are very much overestimated in matches like this, so I'm quite happy for it to be the other way around for once. But I don't know if they said their plan. Oh, that was... Yeah, you can see why that would probably not work super well, right? Oh, it's extremely impressive, but there is a difference between, like... If I came to you and said, yes, I've won loads of FIFA matches back to back, but I was playing a toddler in all against all of them, it would sort of make it less... It's context, isn't it, ultimately? Never lost in penalties in the World Cup before. True. But now they have. That must be offside. There is no way that that is not offside. Surely. Chat, that's a goal. Oh, it's not a goal. Why did that take so long? What was the waiting for? He is actually only marginally offside there, in fairness, because the defender just... Whoa, Jesus Christ. But still, he is offside. Maybe put your flag up there, ref, eh? I actually thought we got away with that for a second there. We get the plucky... Yeah, the plucky underdogs for once. I guess the thunderstorm rule would make sense to be across the entire tournament just because it would be fairer, I suppose. Wow, their kits are extremely dark. They almost all look like they're wearing referee kits. Yeah, I feel like they've definitely messed with the offside thing since the World Cup update. And not in a good way. Because, oh, Christ. It's the former Legia player as well. What a save from Agapong. Finally. That's a big one. They've got Stapelfeld, and they also have Christian Eberling, who is the right-sided winger that was playing for Legia last season. And they signed him for stupid amounts of money. And they've got Aguilar in goal as well, who's another one of our former players, in fact. They've got quite a few ex-Wisła guys, or ex-Polish league players in their team. If you remember, Aguilar was the Paraguayan goalie we had years ago, and then sold him back to Paraguay. Go on. Oh, find the right passer. You've got to. He's going to shoot. Oh, go on. Actually, if Kowalski does something good here. Come on, It does. But if we were playing in La Paz, I think I'd be more... The game was going to happen anyway. So those things are sort of... You sort of have to deal with it, right? And it's not like it's not a surprise to us that we're playing Mexico, I suppose. Like, we kind of presumably would have been planning for that for a while. I know that was such a Cape Verde type strike, wasn't it? Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, it's still going. Please, somebody have the shot. Oh, my God. Oh, not like this. Not like this. It's the first half of the first leg, Matt. Calm down. We're doing okay. It's just those little moments are the ones that we need to go right for us. Okay. They've been relatively quiet other than that one opportunity where they got down that right-hand side. That's the only opening they've had in the entire game, pretty much. And it was a great save from Ayapon. Alvarez has done all right. Montparnasse has been a bit quiet. It's just what he does. Ayapon's made a brilliant save. Okay. What I'll do is just see if they have got a pass map available for us. Yeah, number 8 is doing all sorts of runs. My head's probably in the way. I'll do what I always do in these games. That midfield 3 is usually, or certainly these two at least, just getting on them a bit tighter, perhaps. Hey, it's good to be busy, Jinjo. Lovely to see you, my friend. Good luck to NEC in their qualifiers, which probably aren't for a little while yet, I guess. No, yeah, it's just... I don't know. I think it's one of these things where people will think of any reason why something can happen, or people want to talk about the game, ultimately, and these are definitely factors. I just think that perhaps sometimes they get amplified as being more important than they actually are. But, like, The one thing I am trying to figure out, though, is my strategy for the game in terms of watching it. I'm caught in two minds between the stay up till 1 a.m. to watch the game, or do I go to bed early, have a couple of hours of sleep, and then get up and watch the game? That way, I've had a couple of hours sleep beforehand to freshen myself up a little bit, watch the game, then go back to bed again to maximize sleep time. Polizia's through. Go on, lad. Oh, no. I figured if anyone was going to be clutch for us right there, it would be him. That was his moment, man. I rerun at 7 a.m. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to do that. Plus, I don't know if I'd even have time as it happens, because, would you believe it, it's recap day tomorrow, which means I'll be recording the recap video all day tomorrow. This could not have come out. That's my anniversary today. Christian Gomez, come on. Oh, dear. Better. Keep the pressure on them a little bit more. Oh, Polizia still got it. He's still got it, and it's low and hard and just wide. Best in there. Watch performances in the quarterfinals against Argentina for proof. They're scared of them. Oh, no, you can be scared of them all you like. But I don't really see what that changes anything. Like, ultimately, it's just some men on a pitch kicking a ball around. I know that could apply to anything, but I'm just not really sure what point people are trying to make anymore. Alvarez. Right. I'm going to try the thing we said we might do, which is where we swap name to the left rather than bring coffee on the left. I'm hoping it's not going to be a disaster. Policia's not been good too, actually. Montparus has been poor. Geisler, maybe? More important, appreciate. Yeah, I'm not used to this kind of thing, you know? I like my early bedtimes. I'm not sure as to how I'm going to handle it. It's Paulo Enrique as well. I just don't want to take off Polizia, honestly, because he's so clutch. He's on a booking as well, Carlos, too. I might do that. Leave the other subs just in case. Although both the strikers have been a bit in places today as well. As in they don't want to play them. Sorry, but who gives a shit? They don't get... I don't understand. Who gives a fuck? Who cares if they want to play them or not? They are playing them. So that's what I was struggling to understand, is that I don't understand how that's pertinent, I guess. Like, would we rather play Cape Verde in the next round of the tournament? Yeah, probably, but, like, we don't have that choice, so it sort of is immaterial, I guess, right? I think I'd rather play Cape Verde than Mexico, to be honest. Just about. They've certainly improved a lot. I still think... no, I think I'd still rather play them than Mexico. Pound for pound. Because they... Oh, it's in! Come on! The man. He's done it again. Jersey with the goal. Keep pubs open all night. I think they just think it's good for business and economics. Although... I know there's some pubs that apply for like longer business hours and stuff to try to preempt these things, and then probably rightly feel a bit miffed that now everyone's just allowed to do it. They didn't care who they played. Correct. No one should care who they play, to be honest. It's a football tournament. If you're going to win it, you're going to have to play. You can't really win a World Cup without playing anybody good at some point, and you're going to have to beat someone good to qualify pretty deep into the tournament at some point. Now, England have got quite far in the past by avoiding that sometimes, but realistically, you're going to have to play someone decent. I wonder if the second... France, through no fault of their own, in fairness. Like, they've done a good job. Oh, no. Not like this. We do need more... It's going to have to be Molsky, unironically, here. Oh, it's going to do that thing where I can't bring him on, isn't it? England plays tonight. Who gives a shit? Do people actually care about that? Because if so, I think that's probably a header wobble moment there. Yes, I'm wearing a Germany shirt because it's a really nice top and I quite like it. And also, England are playing tomorrow. So it seems like a bit of a non-issue, my friend. Like, it's a great shirt, isn't it? Like, that's why I bought it. It's a lot nicer. If England had shirts that looked this good, I'd 100% be wearing them. The red one's actually all right, in fairness, but I still don't think I'd want to buy it. And my other ones haven't arrived yet. The Germany was the first one here. You could say it got dispatched early. Yeah, I think the red one's definitely better. Yeah, the shirt came out early too. That is a good win, but I think we may go to the other tactic for the second one. I once wore a Fulham shirt while playing an FM final against Fulham. Yeah, Pog particularly dislikes the Canada goalkeeper jersey from the game yesterday. The yellow one with the sort of red speckles on it. I won't tell you exactly how Pog described it because it was kind of disgusting, but it's not pretty. Yeah, I see what you mean, Bolskov. I'm quite happy for that kind of thing. I'm a huge fan of whatever people are having fun with, frankly. It's not like the World Cup happens that often, ultimately. They are a bit boring. I think it's just the problem is Nike shirts in general are quite boring at this World Cup. Adidas, I mean, I love Adidas shirts, but the Umbro one that they've had, I think, is it the Dr. Congo one that's Umbro? That's a banger as well. They're just better. I think the Nike one, I do not like, the Puma ones for me are the proper Marmite shirts, where some of them I think are great, and they've got some absolute stinkers as well. They really are feast or famine when it comes to their shirt design. It's Canada goalkeeper. Who was the Canada goalkeeper? I've actually forgotten. It's they did not do templates. Yeah, it just feels that, I guess the idea is that they are clean, right? But they don't feel design. They feel just really lifeless, a bit corporate, a little bit like if HR was a shirt. I don't know. They're just sort of a lot of nothing in a lot of them. But I say that as a person. I just love Adidas kits in general. I like that the Adidas ones look a bit retro, to be honest. Particularly this one as well. But they all have a kind of retro kind of vibe to them that just look better. I feel like they feel like nice shirts beyond just football jerseys, I guess. My beloved HR. I know. What would we do without heart rate? We'd be dead, I suppose. Actually, we'd probably not be able to do quite a lot without heart rate. That's good. We got the win. Oh, I've done it again, haven't I? Shit. Kowalski, though, absolute hero. The Great Umbrella. Yes, they did. I mean, I have a few England shirts from back. I haven't bought an England shirt in a... Well, that's not true. The only England shirt I own from the last 15 years is the one that was very kindly given to me by England themselves, and that's that Nike one. But even that is just quite lifeless, I suppose. The ones I've got, I think they are Umbro ones, actually. I've got a whole drawer for them somewhere. I just don't know where they are. I need to start racking some of those out. Probably a bit big now, actually, but they are great shirts. I liked the one that they used to have. Do you remember the... I feel like I pictured David Beckham in it. It has the... It's a white shirt, but it's got the red crosses on the shoulder, like almost where an epaulette would be. I think that might be... Ooh, I don't know when that would be. Probably early noughties shirt, perhaps? That one I have, and that's really nice. I guess the thing is, with England, you have like red and white, but you also are allowed blue because we have that in our shirts too, even though the flag doesn't have it. There's options there that you can do with stuff. I'd like to see what an Adidas England kit would actually look like, because you could do stuff with the stripes here. There's all sorts of things. That's a great result for us. Huge win. The question is whether Gorney can match it. Right. I'm leaning towards Power Nap, though. I'm thinking. Right. What am I doing? What am I even capturing that for? That is not even the right thing. Dear me, my brain's gone today, friends. It's been a weird few days. Right. There we go. Grab that one. Retro stuff would be kind of cool. I think there should just be a campaign for Adidas to make all the jerseys, and then we wouldn't have any problems with this stuff at all, would we then? Right, a bit pasty for that. Get those guys in. I don't think anyone did anything off the bench. Well, technically they did, but luckily they were visible. Maybe I should put the players that do stuff more just further up the bench. There we go. Right. Did we get a man of the match for that one? Oh, it was Kowalski. That kind of makes sense, bro. Okay, so we did. Clean sheet. That is Evelyn, yes. He is the former Legia player that they sold for quite big money, if I remember correctly. Although I can just find out, can't I? Also, apologies a minute ago, I just got really confused as to what we were even really talking about with regard to the Mexico game, because I was just trying to talk about the fact that, like, I was going to be staying up late, but I couldn't decide whether I was going to nap or not, and then everything kind of just got out of the way, and I missed messages, and it just gone all over the place. My brain was trying to catch up, and it did a very bad job, so apologies. Yeah, they paid for him in the end. Oh, they signed him off of... I didn't realise. So they paid actually 60 million, but he actually came from Leipzig. They paid 28 million for him, which is still not enough, honestly, for me. Most boring things ever. It could be worse. Could be Fanatics. The quality of those Fanatics ones. They're just... I hate that they're everywhere now. I bet they're better than they perhaps were. So they've got Piotr Oziembua. Hang on. Oziembua. Whoa. Oziembua? Forgive me, that's a really difficult one. He's very good, isn't he? Oh my god, he actually played in Poland as well. Played one season for Zagłębie Lubin, and they made... Oh, if you could have just hung on a little bit, lads. They've got such a great history of bringing these guys in. It's actually wild. Oh, is he German Scourge? Naughty. To be fair, so is Stapelfeld. Technically, he is a German Scourge player. I'm a little bit worried about us after that first leg. Like, I'm glad we won, but it didn't look comfortable, I guess. But I think second leg, go back to our other tactic, try to be a bit more defensively stable, and then inevitably create 3xG and lose 7-0. But that's just how things go. Potential issue with Kowalski. Oh, is this going to be new contract time? Right. You have 3 years on your current deal as an important player. I'll ignore it for the moment, but he probably will get one. Into coldness. Ooh, I like that. He's a cold man. 75 quid on a leader. That seems actually somewhat cheaper for a Premier League shirt these days. A lot of the ones I was looking at were closing in on 90 for some of them. It's just, it baffles me. Discuss personal matters. Wait, what? Thankfully, you're not here to be in the first team. Because if you were, you'd be in the first team, son. But I'm hoping this might be an opportunity for me to tell him to go loan. Can't afford to reward that. Transfer loan for you. There we go, which is what I was doing anyway, friendo. Hello, you know. Biggest thing so far is we actually signed a couple of guys out of the next gen list for once. There was a few more options on there, which a next gen list which Kowalski won, by the way. And we've just beaten Freiburg 1-0 in the first leg. So far, so good. Because if we do get through, I mean, technically, just us getting through here should mean that we're going straight to the final, in theory. Right? That's how these things work. What I'm more interested in, though, is Górnik Zabrze not messing this up. You're right, sorry, Steinberger won next gen. Kowalski won next gen last year. Good point. Back-to-back years of next gen winners, though. Won't be getting any more for a little while, unfortunately, because they take a couple of years to get in there. And okay, another. Oh, it's the semi-final. That could be a way of getting Piaskowicz back into Europe. Oh, that's good. That could actually be really helpful. If Piaskowicz continue to be ass, that could be our shortcut to getting them back into Europe. They're just simply not catching that up, are they? Górnik Zabrze are bottom of the league. How are they managing this? Surely they can't be that bad. They're not actually having a great season, in fairness, but they're still underperforming by a biblical amount. What's this? A trade? Like an autograph? You got to get the Napa gift card in there too. I mean, Corey Day's a prospect, but I mean, you could put anybody, regardless of how good they are, in a Trackhouse car, and it's not going to do anything, is it? I'm not the biggest fan of this kit, but it's still a little bit more interesting, right, than some of the others, as PSG just put 6 past Newcastle. Jeez. Oh, wait, when did he move to PSG? 78 million. God, we got 69 million for Pena. Sucks to lose players like that, but we had no choice in the matter. Right, Thursday. This is the big one. I just want them to get to the semis. Just get to the semis. You can play Man United there and get knocked out just like last time. Oh, that's what I was going to show you. So, although actually we can't because that's now gone up to this. But basically, when we were looking last stream as to where you find out the reasons why they're not there, it's this. So when you've got the nearly matched ones on there, you go to near matches and then it tells you the reason. There's a column that only appears on that screen. However, the reasons are very vague most of the time, and for the majority of it, it just wasn't good enough. Which is fine. But some of them were things like too high wage demands and things like that. So at least that's something we can look at afterwards. Right, so there's actually a player here. Maybe you can add it as a custom one, actually. Let's see. Good, right. Cheers, FM. Apparently not. You cannot add... Wait, can you not? Or is it just because I have too many on already? Cool. So you can sort of add custom columns, but you actually can't add custom columns because it doesn't let... That's weird. That feels like a... I mean, it's obviously a glitch, but... Tycoon Takeover. Did they actually get taken over? I've actually got to the point where I just ignore those emails now, or those news articles, because they appear so frequently that I'm convinced it's a bug in the game. Oh, it's completed. The former director is thought to be relatively... Yeah, it's... Get the club back on a sound financial footing. I don't know what that... It's most likely just a promotion from within one, isn't it?
Bring on the Flugelheim-Heimler!
Landmarks, here we go. Promotion from within, yeah. They did have a consortium, actually. What looks to be a Lithuanian-sounding fella there. But it does appear that the... We just don't seem to get any kind of tycoon options in this league at all. Marjorie! Thank you very much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Who do you support? Are you enjoying the World Cup if you are watching it? Klopp to I mean, obviously, I'm not German, so I have sort of no horse in that race. But Germans in chat, How is that perceived?
It's
Is that perceived as a
you
good
came
thing?
in summer.
Maybe we can't get
In
tycoons
winter,
potentially. Yeah, good
can
point.
get
Stocks.
very
Thank you for the follow. Wisła jersey, anniversary jersey. Ooh. Kappa kind of cooking. Oh, is that, what's the texture going on here? Yes, okay. That's kind of nice. That's classy as hell. Is there a main shirt sponsor on it yet, or are they sponsorless currently? What's the sort of prices we're looking at here? £112. Mother of Christ. £112 for a football shirt. I mean, fair play to you, but like, I can't. I don't like any team enough to pay that amount. I don't like Fulham enough to play that amount. No chance. It really has, hasn't it, Madrid? It's genuinely been very, very fun so far. 160, surely it can't be. Isn't that like the player issue version that sometimes are more expensive, right? I swear it aren't as expensive as that. And if they are, it's one of those things where even if that is the price, it still shouldn't be. That's dog shit. 700 games in management, you'd love to see it. If they are all that price, then they need to have a look at themselves. I'm pretty certain that you've got the player issue ones, or whatever the fuck they're called, are ones that are like extra expensive, and then there's the normal replica ones, which are like about 80 quid. Oh, very right, 100%. I completely understand why people do that, because it's just probably coming from the same factory anyway, right? I just don't see the... Wow, 7-2 and 4 goals for Hertz. Okay. Looks like Hertz has got a bit about him. Either he ends up with the loan farm next season, or I move him up to the first team squad. Fulham seem to just be... I imagine that we are being linked with people. We are linked with I think he's a right back or a left back. He's a full back from Trabzonspor. I can't remember the guy's name. That's one I see us being linked with a fair bit. But I suspect a lot of that stuff is likely on hold until such time as we've actually officially appointed a manager. No idea who it could be. We have no idea. There's been no information about who the next Fulham manager is going to be. Not a clue. Cine Lopez Cabral. Nah, it's definitely not his name. His name sounds like either Nigerian or Ghanaian off the top of my head, but I can't remember. The fans get cheaper shirts? Exactly. Someone's got to take one for the team, right? What's this one? €168. Authentic Ronaldo. I'd want Ronaldo to deliver the fucker personally for me to pay that kind of money. It's not even that nice of a shirt either.
Improved so much thanks to Daddy Sass. Also, this is what Matter reminds me of when talking about hybrid geese.
You leave me and my hybrid geese alone. I saw a second hybrid goose yesterday, and I also saw the first hybrid goose a second time yesterday, thus proving that it was not the same goose this time. This one was slightly different patterns on it. I got a lot of goose spotting time yesterday. Osimhen, just going to play Osimhen as a wing-back. Arbeloa, he's not Fulham manager yet though, is he? And it seems like he's been nearly Fulham manager for about a month and a half now, unfortunately. But ultimately, I suspect that they just didn't want to do any pure recruitment things until such time as through the door. But also, Fulham are notorious for basically just not doing any recruitment until the very end of the window, which is part of the reason why we start seasons so slowly a lot of the time, because the team just simply do not have any cohesion. We just love our signing when it's far too late. It's just what we do. Alvarez is not going to play through the middle. See, that'd be crazy. The question is, who will play through the middle? The Rabbit's already in the team. This game doesn't actually matter a great deal. That injury to Geyser is not ideal though. I could just dump in someone random. I might dump in Audi Kukonda in the midfield. Why not? At this point, William might as well get in there, yeah. Who quits after the World Cup. I wonder if they're just basically like, at the last second, they can turn around and be like, oh, Pochettino, you say? I'm going to start Augusto actually instead, because he's actually a first team player. And then we hope for the best. Who is this goalie? He sounds like a Scourge player. James is getting more game time. Nagelsmann, Pochettino. I don't think... I mean, obviously I wouldn't say no to Nagelsmann at this point, right? But Pochettino's apparently a Fulham fan. I'm just saying. That could be the thing. I didn't do the Confederations Cup lookup. My apologies, Don. I'll do that right now. Combo shirts and passes for €55 a piece. That's not so bad. I guess when they're getting rid of shirts at the end of the season, they do the sales. But even then, Sabri Lamucci's Fulham. The big one. He used to manage Sheffield Wednesday, right? Or was it Swansea? I recognise the name. Slot links. No. I don't think that was ever I'm not convinced we were ever truly linked with Slot. Obviously, we were linked with him, but I don't believe there was anything there. I think that was his agent doing things and also media nonsense. It just doesn't seem like the sort of signing that Fulham... Then again, Fulham do weird shit all the time, right? We do actually get the dub there. Are we now not... Surely that is the championship winning game for us there. Please tell me that Radomiak did at least something useful this time around. No, they lost at home. Oh, good Christ. What is with Poland in this save? They are their own worst enemy. We're gonna we have to beat Cracovia in that game if nothing else.
Score predictions for the England game later. I'm thinking 52-0 to Mexico after all the Viagra England are taking to help with the altitude kicks in and they have to run off the field in shame.
Red card there. I reckon, if I'm being earnest, 7-1 England. I think 7-1. Imagine if it actually was. I'd look like a fucking genius. Either. No, you know what? I'm sticking to it. I'm going to stick to it. I've said it now. The words have tumbled out of my mouth, and therefore I'm going to stick to it. Commit to the bit. 7-1. We're going to do a Brazil on them. Stick your altitude up your, I don't know, mountain, I guess. Hey, at least we've now decided that it now cannot be 7-1. So, in a way, you've kind of thanked me there. Congratulations, Raul, on 7 goals. Oh, I'm going to say it. 7-1. Signs for Fulham. Oh, yeah. Big Tukes. Now we're talking. Arbeloa can be his assistant. Now, suddenly I'm on board. A Damburn hat-trick. Yes. Yeah, it's 4-1 heading into stoppage time in the end of the game. England still weirdly pushing forward at every possible opportunity. In comes Dan Burn. 3 headed goals from corners. Dan Burn hat-trick. Player of the tournament. He goes on to win the Golden Boot just scoring headers from corners for the rest of the tournament. See, now I'm excited. Now I'm ready. No clean sheet, but we do get a man of the match bonus for Hilmar, my man. Actually, you know what? Yeah, hey, he should at least be adjusted to the altitude if nothing else, right? Or something. And a Ballon d'Or. Yeah, maybe 2. Yeah, true. He gets a Ballon d'Or for each successive round that he pushes England through at that point. Agreed. Confederations Cup. Is that even still a thing? Well, I hope if I could spell. Confederation, that's not it, is it? That's CAF. Is it called something different? God, I can't spell. Confederate, there we go, got them in the end. I'm not sure the Confederations Cup does exist anymore anyway. I know there is a tournament that is like, basically is the Confederations Cup, but no one gives a shit. I mean, no one really gives a shit about it anyway, but like, what is it called? I actually genuinely can't remember. I think that still exists. It was always one of those weird tournaments that would just rock up. I genuinely can't remember what the damn thing's called. Honestly. I'll circle back to that in a minute if we can remember what it's called. Nations League? That'll be the one. Algeria national team. Let's see. They probably have some quality players. Almost all of them with Spanish second nationality, I'd be willing to bet. I tell a lie. There is some Frenchmen in here as well. Quite a lot of them. Quite a lot indeed. A Polish one as well, though. An Italian fella. 8 out of 12 teams in the Danish Superliga. And you really? How? That's fat. How? Hang on. 8 teams? How have they managed that? How do you even have enough space? Because 8 teams... To get 8 teams in Europe for like the basic big nations, you need to have your 5 Champions League spots, 1 for the extra coefficients. Yeah, how's that even possible? Because how many spots does Denmark even have? And then in order to get those extra spots, they would presumably have had to win things on a European level, right? Because usually the only way to get extra European places in a given season is to win a European trophy or be one of the top 2 coefficient nations, which I don't think don't think Denmark were. I'm very curious now as to how that would work. It doesn't sound right, but I would have thought they would have 4, maybe a push 5, but even then, that seems like a bit of a stretch. Depends on where they actually are on the coefficients. Denmark are quite low in this, potentially. That for oh, yeah. Slip them some dollary dues. They're happy with that. They're pleased with our progression in the Champions League, if nothing else. That was our title win as well. We take those. Yeah, I'm thinking there's a very strong chance that we end up throwing a cup final to Piasklevica, because I do not think they're going to qualify for Europe on their own. The problem is, we have to hope that the team that they would take the spot from isn't someone else we also want in Europe. So if it's right, if this situation is like this, it's the perfect opportunity to not have Motor Lublin there. Brookbet, I think, could handle it. It's this I don't want, but I think the difference, the amount they'd have to fall to make this happen is very unfortunate. They're still overperforming massively compared to last year. Actually, slightly less than last year. It's just Radomiak are getting there, but we're actually underperforming our XG. We've had 94.9 XG this season. We're still underperforming. That's impressive. I have 4. 4 is a good amount, but isn't that just like their basic amount? Splits into rounds with only top 6 in the Champions. Yeah, so they have the because it's a 12-team league, isn't it? You have like the top 6 and then the bottom. Because wasn't FC Copenhagen in the bottom 6 or someone like that was really unexpected? Was in the bottom 6 over the last season in Denmark. It might not have been FCK. It could have been someone else, but I think it was them. Which is weird considering how good they were in Europe a couple of seasons ago when they were playing against Man United in the Europa. Because even Belgium, aren't they moving away from the Belgium format quite soon? It's just weird. People on the internet. I mean, people on the internet is fun. Like, I do it all the time. Oh god, here we go again. I think I might do the contract, depending on his wage demands. 17 grand a week is what he's currently on. He's got 3 years left, but if I could tie him down to a 5-year and put him on to sort of your 40, 50,000 pounds a week, I think that would be valid. Let me just check our wage budget. If not, I can move money around. We've got some cash. Yeah, that's fine. I think he would be good value for that, considering where he slots in as far as our general contracts. Music off? We shouldn't have music off as far as I know. I mean, I can hear music. Hopefully it's coming through on stream. Sometimes it's just, I'm playing the GTA Vice City playlist today. That's why the music's a little bit different on today's stream. I thought I'd just mix it up a little bit. So sometimes there's longer pauses because all the songs from that era seem to be, 1, really long, and 2, have these like never-ending tail-offs, basically, where no one knew how to end a song, so the song would just be played over and over again, slowly getting quieter and quieter as the song finished, basically. Beat Belgium. I think they might. But then I'm wrong a lot, and I'm happy to be wrong, because if you're not wrong, you're not trying. I think that US team, without Balogun, that's not going to be... If they had Balogun, it would be more clear-cut, I think. But Belgium have not looked good so far. And I think either way, it's going to be a banger of a game. Like 15 seasons in. Oh, sorry, I thought you meant in real life. That's incredible, firstly. I think in all my history of building a nation states, I've only ever had 8 teams in Europe one time. And that was probably in Hungary, right? So I think if he slots in around the 50 to 60 mark, I'd be totally okay with that. They got very fortunate towards the end of that game. And I don't know. Right, what would it take? 61 to 70 is a bit on the high side. But if we get him down to that, I think that's fair. As long as he wants 5 years, which I think he must do, surely. Important player, win a domestic cup 2041. Okay, that's fine. Wanted to make sure that wasn't this season, just in case. 63,000. No wage rise for you. But I will give you the relegation release clause to get rid of that. Of 0. That should be enough, right? Hang on, sorry. That doesn't get... Brother, come on now. That's so dumb. 69... I just gave you a relegation release clause of 0. But they're getting better at learning that, in fairness. I'll give him a bigger agent fee. I'll just give him a loyalty bonus that's bigger. 65k. There we go. Okay. He's earned it. Just. Oh, shit. There we go. Hopefully that still counts. Imagine he kicks off at me because I made the promise afterwards. To be fair, I'd absolutely take 8 Polish sides, but obviously in order for us to get 8 Polish sides in Europe, we'd either have to have a Polish side that isn't in Europe win a European trophy, which actually could happen this season with Górnik Zabrze. Maybe it's the only way we can survive them. Oh, speaking of Górnik Zabrze, they would have played their first leg. So I need to... I'll talk about the scout report in a minute, because they've played a game now. And I need to see how they cannot surely be ballsing this. Oh, for God. Oh, it's the away game. It's the away game. Still ain't great, though. A 1-1 draw away at these guys, where they were the better side. They've got to win the home leg. I don't mind them going out to Man United at the semi-final stage. That's totally fair and acceptable. Don't go out to a Romanian side, particularly when you've got the home game. Just need to win the match. Sucks they're not going to take extra points away from us, though. God, their league form is absolutely diabolical, mate. The Nice wage, yeah. Right. Okay, cool. There should be some more. I think I actually skipped over a few guys from the rest of this report last time anyway, so there might be a few extras in there. Take that guy there. Well, the Europa League, that's amazing. Yeah, the second spot thing, I think I've only ever done that once. Under 18 manager, I don't think we did actually.
There's a train coming
we can check that in a second. We've got our shortlist of people that could maybe come in and fill that. Ryan Schweit. Hope I'm saying that correctly. For some reason, that feels like I'm not saying it correctly. But thank you for the follow, friend. I do appreciate it. Feel free to correct me. I hope you're well on this fine Sunday. Let us know who you support. Let me just grab you. Oh, no, there's not that many left, actually. Those guys. This could be... It's probably from the recruitment focus, actually. This is the guy that I keep seeing over and over again in the reports. The second we can get this guy, I very much would like to. I think he's got that loveliness. Oh, another guy out of Georgia. But that's just a no-brainer, isn't it? What about 12 clubs? Oh, yeah. This is an absolute no-brainer. Hang on. Shalikashvili is a good name as well. Shortish contract on him, too. Low wages. Lovely. Grab a bit of you. 18. Oh, okay. Do you know what? I'm just going to make an offer. Fuck it. Come back to me. I guess it's because it's mid-season. That's the guy, isn't it? Jakub Kuczynski. I do like him. But he is 16. He's a right wing back. Doesn't fit our current tactical system, indeed. He's certainly getting Santa babied. Maybe in the summer when we've got a bit more... we do have money now, but I do like him. Mikhail looks good as well. This guy, I like all three of these guys, honestly. I'm fascinated by them. Cheese God!
Good morning.
Thank you very much for the... Wait. Was that a 6-month resub in the same... I've been fooled before, haven't I? Thank you, friend. That's very, very kind of you. I do appreciate it. I hope you're well. It's a lot to spend on him at this stage, but he'll... In the summer, I could definitely see us... Oh, I just like the fact that he's got that Polish second nationality. He's probably not going to be German national team. It would be cool if he did come back to Poland and end up playing for Poland too. Hello, Pog. Are you okay? Yeah? I'm sorry you're having a rough day. It's okay. It's going to be okay. In the end, everything's okay, right? And if it's not okay, it's not the end. Cool. Yeah, I'll bring him back. Maybe. 4-4 between Real Madrid and Barcelona. An 8-4 victory. An El Clasico quarterfinal is mad enough as it is the fact that there's been 12 goals in the game so far. So it's Newcastle and... No, not Newcastle. Paris Saint-Germain and Barcelona are through. And they'll play each other. And it's likely if we do get past Freiburg, we would play Manchester City. Tired? Fair enough. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to be very tired tomorrow. I think... Statistically, like, if things go ahead with the England-Mexico thing or whatever, and it goes all the way to, like, penalties or something, and there's no, like, giant things, if, say, it did that, it could end up being, like, 4 in the morning, which is just... That's no time of day. I'm not even convinced that time of day exists. Let me offer them $1 million. Maybe that might be too much. Wow, really? I guess, to be fair... Right, I'll offer you 1.5 and go from there. Did I rest players after that last game? I'm not sure I did, you know. Oh, no, we rotated the squad anyway, didn't we? 4:15, Jesus Christ. I mean, and that's if we get like an average amount of stoppage time and things like that, which is not always a guarantee. We've had some games go to absolutely ridiculous. Oh, that reminds me, the Croatia game, the Croatia-Portugal, what a game that was for a start. But also the whole sort of thing with the, did it touch his head? Did it touch his bonce? It's the thing that once they brought out the sensor thing, I was like, well, clearly it has. But the only other thing that my query was with that, and it might just be that they're not showing the full timeline, is that it does hit a head straight afterwards. So how are they... Like, how are they deciding that that is the particular hit and not the other one? The youth intake so far. We had the youth intake last stream, so yes, it was unfortunately very bad, which was annoying because it was much worse than we were expecting. Don't get to choose that. Yeah, that's not what you want. Sleep is very important and should be prioritised. Ball rotation didn't change it. He did say something about like touching his hair or something, right? On the one side of the ball. Ah, okay. Yeah, I must admit, I was saddened by that because all the things I was looking at, I couldn't see any differences, but the sensor something. I thought the player said it brushed his hair, yeah. Oh, does it not count as a touch? Really? Well, in that case, I like that it's covered the middle ground. It's like, oh, it technically touched my hair, but it doesn't matter because it still doesn't count. Fair enough. Yeah. Plus, mostly I just wanted it so that Pog would owe me my £20. And because, well, I quite like Croatia, really. They're always a fun team to watch. Still going to school? Yeah, no, our summer vacations in the UK. Again, been a while since I've been in school, but as far as I remember, in the UK, the summer holidays, TM, don't start until usually towards the middle end of July. So a couple of weeks from now. It's about 6 weeks. August is off, and then it's early September they come back, and it's like mid to late July is usually when they dip out, generally speaking, I think. Since we didn't get any clarification on the Confederations Cup thing, I'll have to refund those points there. Yeah, but obviously I'm not in Scotland. I think it just varies from country to country, right? Yeah, that last year of high school you get, particularly if you've done like A-levels and stuff, where you get that massive break before university, that was a fun-ass one. I remember finishing that in like June or whatever, and then having so far off 2 weeks' time. That would make sense then. So yeah, like the 18th, right? Or that kind of weekend. That's usually where I remember. That probably was the title, Dom, for all I know. Right, this is the wrong tactic completely. Let's switch to the one we're actually playing for this game. That would help. Gomez will not be playing that. Neither will Kowalski. Well, he will, but not in that spot. Well, he will. Morabit won't be, though. Right, so Gomez out. Montperou's in. That's his spot. No, that's the wrong spot. Jesus Christ, man. There we go. Back for that one. That's the one we want to change. So it's the central midfield left spot, which will probably be a João Carlos type of moment. And then that means we've got Paulo Enrique on the other side. I've done them both on the same side, haven't I? Well done, Matt. João Carlos, there we go. Kowalski behind him. Naeem. Polizia will not be... Oh, do I put Polizia in, though? I feel like he needs to be playing. Who of these two have not played the best? 3-6. He's getting in ahead of Paulo, isn't he? His numbers this year are absolutely biblically good. And this will allow him a bit more free rein to run. And the other centre-back will have to be Van Kemsika. Steenbergen moves out wide. Van Kemsika goes to the middle, I think. Just realised I've done this for all matches instead of next match only, but such is life. FM, can I look at my player's profile, please? Thank you. Right-footed with a strong left foot. Okay, I'm just not allowed to look at his profile, apparently. Right-footed with a strong left foot. Can I do it from this one? So I can't see his foot. Oh, no, I can. They're all just right-footed with a very strong left foot, which is okay, actually. Which is good fun, though. Yeah, I mean, I think I made the mistake with uni of living at home and not living at university. That was probably a mistake. But then I also think that I just didn't have I chose the wrong course. I was bored and unmotivated the entire time I was there, and inevitably it all ended in tears, you know? The folder pathway of tactics. If you mean like inside your PC, so it should be My Documents, Sports Interactive, Football Manager 26, Tactics, and then I think that's it. I don't believe there's any extra things on that one. Maybe there is. But it will depend on how it's been installed and on what platform, because I think Epic does things a bit differently, maybe. Damn. Paris FC, that's kind of sick. 10 million. But for a Frenchman, I suppose, actually. It's rare that we get to buy players out of France. Realistically, the last one that we bought for any kind of reasonable money was probably Montperou's. I feel like we haven't seen another guy like that for a while. It's bucket. Yeah. I mean, I experienced it. Just not sure really what I learned about it, really. Other than that, I feel like I probably wasted my time. Not that the debt associated with it is especially important, but probably could have been doing other things during that period, I guess. Rather than... But I was going to say, but I met people at university, none of which I speak to anymore, thus, you know... I think with a lot of people, though, they usually, their friends for life are the ones they make at university. That seems to be quite common an experience. But for me, but again, this is probably because I wasn't living on campus, so to speak, you know? Yeah, I think that's okay. It's about as good as we're going to get. We need a good performance here. It's part of the journey. This is true. It leads you to where you are today. Oh, shit, he's still there, isn't he? All those decisions have led me to here, standing in front of you all in my mid-30s on a Sunday morning, yelling at computer men. And there's no place I'd rather be. Maybe a beach in Saint-Tropez on a big yacht or something. I don't know. Probably not, honestly. That sounds really, really warm. Otherwise, you need to put yourself up. Yeah, exactly. So, do you know, Hadrian, sometimes when the clouds, that they part and then the sun shines through, something nonsense. Okay, cool. It's been a war within recently, I must admit. Like, my head has been fucked for the last few weeks. It's just not been a good headspace for me. Stream's been a nice little break from that in a weird way. It's been nice to sort of just come and not forget, but like just zone my brain out into something a little bit more interesting rather than being alone with my thoughts sometimes, because it can be a bit dark there sometimes. It's that weird time of year where you're just sort of worried about the future, you know? Hate to get real on you for a second there, friends. Didn't mean to do that. But I'm a person after all, not an AI generated human being. AI can't generate hair this unmanageable, unfortunately. One day. Midwestern Plains. Yeah. I think I'd be happy if I was just somewhere remote but I had good internet. It's really what it comes down to for me, ultimately. It's like, am I still vaguely connected? Yeah, I'll take it then. Thank you, Suspect. I appreciate that. It's just, I'm very self-critical, and sometimes it gets too... Like, it makes me really good at my job in certain areas because I can be very analytical and stuff, but the problem is I don't know how to turn that off of myself sometimes, and it makes it very tough. That's what you want us to think. What you mean? I've actually been secretly livid at large for the last couple of weeks. Shit. Well, that's gone well. Inside 12 minutes, an own goal from Van Kemsika. Oh. How does that even go in? I was just expecting the keeper to make no save there. That's the first shot of any kind in this game, I think. Raul's done his man quite well there, but then... Oh my days. I don't even know what that is. Does that even touch another Freiburg player in the box, or is it directly the cross that he's put in? I think there was a touch on it. Okay, so 15 minutes in, neither team has had a shot, but we are losing. Good. This is the most Wisła thing imaginable. I was kind of hoping that we could just come here and strangle the game out of them and hope for the best. And now... Oh my God, a shot has happened! 23 minutes and 53 seconds into this match, we are 0.02 XG combined between us both. That is insane. Okay, they've had another shot now. This is like that Atletico game, where we just never turned up in the second leg. We need more than that this time. Joao Carlos' ball in. Cleared away. Right, where's my man on it? It's Kowalski again. Go on, hero us. You know you want to, Jersey. Polizzi. Oh, Tobias? Oh, no. Please, no, not like this. Right, cover off. Get back across there. There we go. Nice. Actually, really good covering from Montperus. Really good from Montperus. Please don't tell me that's the highlight. If that's the highlight... Oh, no, I'm now even more worried. Because it wasn't the highlight. Now we're getting one of those not needlessly long, but really long FM highlights that I'm a bit concerned because they have possession of the ball. Oh, God, he's just got caught out inside there massively. Please, no. Okay, cut back inside. That's fine, but I'm a bit worried about what the next phase of this play. Deflected goal again. It's 2-0 to Freiburg now. Christ on a bike. An own goal and that... Wow. I mean, this can't happen, though. This is not the round of 16, which means this cannot happen. It's not allowed. Nobody's really stepped up here, unfortunately. Right, I might just go earlier on these particular changes here. I'll still wait till half-time to potentially make a more sweeping change, because now we actually have to try and come back into this game. Oh, come on. It's just insane. Oh, go on, Montpot. This is more like it. Alshin Keaty's been lost out there. Yeah, it's probably going to have to be a half-time tactic swap if we're still losing. If we get an equaliser here, it might change, but I suspect that we're not going to. Unless Naeem does a magical moment here. Okay. Anwar Naeem gets the tie level again. That was nice. Hopefully that can start to spark a bit of action from us without us having to go over the top at aggressive. Because the problem with the aggressive approach is that it leaves so many gaps that if the game is at a draw, we're just asking for trouble. But now that we're back to a draw again, this is really good from Alshan Keaty. The little shimmy from... Oh, that first touch is delightful. Outside of his foot, just a sweep past the defender. Great finish from Anwar. We are definitely missing Olafemi John. The stuff that he drives down that left side for us is just not as present when Alvarez is in the TR. Come on now. Insta highlight straight from the kickoff with our goal. Don't get complacent here. Do not do it. Or win the ball off them. Come on, Anwar. Oh, that should be us, surely. Whoa, no, we're running all over the place now. Good tackle. Never mind. It's 100% a goal, isn't it? I'm losing the will to live. The second that they didn't challenge the ball in the right place, the second that he puts a tackle in, and it goes straight back to the player. And I think that deflects it again, doesn't it? No, I think Ayapong just doesn't save it, because why would a goalkeeper make a save? Mother of God. Yeah, as soon as the curly cross came and our player didn't challenge the ball for some reason, they've had 3 shots on top. Well, they've only scored 1 of them, in fact. 0.35 XG and they're 3-1 up. Oh, come on. This is taking the piss a bit now. Unless it's a counter-attack from us. It's not, is it? We're going to get second phase set piece here as well. We're going to get second phase set piece here. Oh, it's gone wide. Okay. I mean, we're still only a goal down in the tie, but this is absurd. 0.47, 3 goals. Yeah, right. Oh, dearie me. Right, okay, we're definitely changing the tactic at half-time to the other one. Van Kemsik is the one that can drop out easily enough. And then we'll just throw on probably Joao Carlos, right? Nope. Paulo Enrique. Okay.
So I tell
I'm baffled by it.
To sack it before I give her a tonk in a tradesman's end.
This was a good pathway for us too. Right, switch to the other one. Fishfar! Thank you very much for the follow, friend. You come at a bad time. We are on the verge of going out to some usual nonsense. Alvarez stays in his position. Montperu stays there. Van Kemsika is the one that switches out for... Oh, it is Joao Carlos. Oh, they're both on the bench. Wait a minute. I just took him off, didn't I? My bad. Let's try that again. I realised when they moved the system around, he got moved out of position, and that's what caused it to change, I think. Right, go to that. Yes, because he got moved into the striker role. So I'll move Van Kemsika into the striker role, because that's who we're actually going to be taking it off. There we go, right. So now Joao Carlos can swap with Polizia, because Polizia is better in that position, which means the only change we need to... Oh, that was it. That was the only change we need to make. Yeah, it's just the striker one. The rest of them are fine. For the time being, at least. Right. We're still only a goal down. The problem is now... Oh, not like this. Come on, FM. I beg of you. Defenders have not done a good job today. It's weird, when there's 3 of them, they seem to get worse, and Ayapong's got to save one of these. And I mean, maybe his reflexes are a little bit low, but I'm not convinced any goalkeeper does any better, because they just don't, as we've already seen countless times. Okay. Now time to yell at them? Oh, I already did that part. Oh, no, I didn't. I think I did. Yeah, I did. Wait, you can yell at them a second time? I didn't realize you could do that. I'm going to try and G them up a little bit. The best thing we've got on our side here is that it is a single goal. Realist personality type low pressure. I don't know, actually. Do we have any realists? I feel like I don't see realist on players very often, because I think it uses quite specific setups. It's Pavlovic, Ramirez. Oh, Ayapong, really? Maybe. I mean, we know he likes big matches. I've noticed, Logiston, in that they routinely just specifically do horrible for me in this save. We've still not had a goalkeeper that's looked even vaguely competent at any point in this save. I've never felt we had a goalkeeper that we could trust. They just constantly let in goals that they shouldn't be, no matter how good they are. We've had the best goalkeeper, one of the best goalkeepers in the world, another goal. We've had probably 2 or 3 goalkeepers that would be considered some of the best keepers in the world, and they just never seem to do it. The second they leave us, of course, they're amazing. But they just can't save basic shots a lot of the time, and it kind of sucks. But that doesn't matter, because we need to score goals. This second half is about us going out there and trying to show up something a little bit different. Maybe the fact that we've switched systems will throw them off a little bit, because they won't be prepared for it. But I'm not convinced. Like an own goal or deflected shot, and then that soft as hell one is a big issue for us. Low sportsmanship. Oh, interesting. I suppose the keeper it matters a little bit less, considering obviously he's not going to be putting tackles in as frequently. Yes, Kowalski. We need a hero, and I get the feeling that Polizia is the perfect man for it. Because we weren't amazing in the first leg either, in fairness. Oh, that's better. Polizia, through it comes. Gomez has got to score. Yes! Come on, Christian. Off the bench within 5 minutes has made it 3-3 on aggregate. Now, the problem we've got now is that there's limited scope for us to ever switch back to the other tactics, so we kind of just have to hope that... well, I guess we've got Augusto on the bench, so he could come on if we absolutely needed to, but not just yet. Because obviously that first tactic wasn't really working for us. He didn't half take his time to get the finish off, and we got lucky there, because that's deflected off the defender. We're back in it. 3-3 on aggregate now. Christian Gomez, baby, let's go. It's not the round of 16, which means we are not cooked. Why is this still continuing to highlight? FM? Oh no, insta highlight from the kickoff again. If we can see 2 kickoff glitch goals in the same game... Oh, okay. If we score a kickoff... suddenly I like them a lot more. They benefit my team. Imagine if we turned it around in 2 minutes with the same play, basically. Al Shankiti now. He's got it. He's got bodies in the box. One of them's... Oh, Polizia! No, please, what are you doing? Okay, well, we're battering them at the moment, but we need that extra goal. Joao Carlos, come on. Kowalski. Just don't lose the ball here. I can't believe we didn't score there, actually. That was a huge opening for us. But at the very least, it looks like his back's against the wall a little bit for Freiburg currently, but they may well make changes when their substitutions roll around. So I think we need to take the chances now. We've got to be scoring while we're on top. Why is this play continuing? Are we going to actually score if it's still? Al Shankiti dropping across. He's still going. Oh my God. They look open, but we've not taken the opportunity there, and this will be the end of the highlight, won't it? Yes, it will. Okay, we created some good openings there. That's better. More of that, please. Come on. It's obviously risky doing this, but hopefully them being on the back foot a little bit more now. Oh, look at the run. That run from Polizia again. He makes that run so frequently. They just need to be finding him a bit more, though. Now he's dropped deep. Can he find the pass? He can. It's Naeem! We're going to pay for these misses. We are going to pay for these misses. Polizia's just done a beauty there. Oh, we got an assist on one of our goals as well. We are now starting to cook a bit, but still losing on the night. I could see us losing this game 4-2. It just feels like there's something sus in the air. I'm going to hold off on substitutions a little bit later than normal, just in case. Because right now, this is looking like it's heading to extra time. They seem to have managed to stabilise themselves a little bit, and that's the last thing we bastard need here. Shit. That's a lot of space. The problem with taking someone like Naeem... Oh, no. What a block. What a tackle from Kowalski. He shouldn't even be the one back there doing that, but he's done it anyway. He's got a little toe in on it, and the highlight continues. This game is the epitome of long highlights. Right, there we go. Again. Big opening again. I'm going to hold off until 75 for highlights, for substitutions here. Oh, they've got an injury. Fesser's hurt himself. I might do it now, actually. Alvarez has struggled. Naeem is dead on his feet, but we're going to do the switch like we did last time. Get Coffee on. Who could I realistically bring in to make an impact in this match right now without overdoing it? We've got the Rabbit, Enrique, and Geisler, who's apparently fit again now. Montbrus has been dreadful today. This feels like a Geisler-type moment, actually, for Momper. He's done stuff like that in the past for us. Wait, is it saying he's injured? How injured is he? That he can't be red injured, surely, and still be on the bench in this game. Let me just check his profile. Can I even do that? Please tell me I can actually see his injury, FM. Does it not let you see the fucking injury? That worries me slightly. Youth Academy only journeyman because he only makes me connect with the players as they develop. Rentistas Youth Academy only save. I'm not sure what Rentistas is. Is that a club? Forgive me, I'm not super familiar with them. Yeah, I can't even see if Geisler's injured or not, unfortunately. It says he is, but it also says he's not injured at the same time. Can I see the form graph? It's things like that, SI. Not being able to see if my player is hurt in the middle of the game. Injured on the bench. Well, I think he might have been injured before the game, but then it let me put him on the bench, which means he can't have been red injured, but then when I put him in the team, it glows red. Unless it's a visual glitch. But I also don't want to waste a sub on a player that's potentially going to have to come off immediately. Maybe I'll do Paulo Enrique. Or I move Polizia up into that role there and... Right. Executive action. We'll have to check after the match. I'm going to get Paulo Enrique on, but slightly deeper. Where's he gone now? He's there. Oh, he's literally right there. There we go. We'll move Polizia forward. So that's in second division. Fair enough. I always thought that the journeyman idea with doing Youth Academy only was simply not going to happen, unfortunately, just because of the length of time associated with doing things like that. Was you'd need hundreds of seasons, basically, to have any kind of real hope of progress. Now, Freiburg must have made changes themselves, surely, which means we need to be kind of keeping up on those to go after Thiago and Pereira. Not Pereira, sorry. Petralia. Because it looks like they're getting a bit more of a foothold. Let me just apply all advice, actually. Like that. And then... Oh, that was the advice. Cool. Cheers. Because they are just starting to find a little bit of a... Did I? Shit. You're right, I did. Crap. Sorry, my bad. I thought undo only did one change, not all of them. Of course not. Unless that's something... Probably just I clicked the wrong button, didn't I? Right, so we'll do Alvarez off. Coffee on. And I then did... I was going to bring on him for that, wasn't I? What else was I even going to bring in here? No, I think that'll have to do for the time being. Kowalski's a bit tired, but we do at least have the robot for later, I suppose. Kowalski, Paolo-Enrique, Polizia. Yeah, it's going to have to be that. This is looking like it's heading towards extra time, but I'm a bit concerned about slight momentum shift heading back towards Freiburg at the moment. Could do it. I mean, how many seasons had you done and how many clubs had you successfully completed with the journeyman so far? Because I know we've discussed this before, I just didn't see any kind of reasonable path that you'd actually be able to complete that challenge in a time frame because of the fact that you would have so much RNG of the players coming through. We're going to extra time here, friends. Yeah, the problem is if the orange injury is quite severe, then it would probably be bad for us anyway. I don't want to bring on a player that we then have to immediately substitute, unfortunately, because we wouldn't have anyone else to bring on. Oh, Alshan Kiti, wait a minute. Imagine if we win it here. Never mind. This is going to be the end of highlight. Yep. Okay, we're going to extra time here. We've been the better team, but... Oh, this is not great. That start to the game. Gonna yell at them. Gonna try and G them up as much as we can. We do have substitutions at least, and now an extra one, of course. Freiburg are very good, to be fair. They are currently winning the Bundesliga by a considerable margin. The problem now becomes, Naeem is so knackered on the left-hand side, but we have nobody else other than Molsky, and the last thing we need is Molsky coming on in that spot right now. Other options off the bench include Sharpek, Geisler, Augusto, Neto, Marabit. I think they've had a little rest at the full time, and I've still got 2 more stoppages left, and technically I'd have 3 more stops, wouldn't I? Oh yeah, I do, yeah. I feel like Marabit's coming on, but I'm not sure when. I think we just send it for the time being. Monitor it. I just don't want to weaken our on-pitch team too much, even if they are a bit tired, because a tired player that's got incredible quality probably still does more for us than a player who's fresh, but has nowhere near the level of ability that the other guy does. And that's my concern. I might make a sub if we were to take the lead here. Did 2 seasons winning the First Division Cup. But surely if you did 2 seasons, then it's not really a Youth Academy challenge at that point. Oh, I mean, hey, ultimately, far be for me to say anyone saves, but you would have only had 1 intake, maybe 2 at the very most, in that period. I guess that's why it's difficult with doing any kind of Youth Academy stuff. It might have fixed itself, actually, yeah. Oh, slapping through! Oh, that was the wrong pass. After this highlight, I think we'll have another investigation of the Geisler thing. Oh, yes! Come on! Paolo Enrique, we lead in the first minute of extra time. Paolo Enrique, that's a lovely goal. That right there is a gorgeous goal. Although I must admit, that pass was probably on way sooner than that, but just lovely from Coffey. The little shimmy, the gorgeous little run from Alshan Kiti, and the little touch between his own legs into the path of Paolo Enrique. He has stepped up in this match fantastically. It's going to sound dumb, but I don't want to take another striker off. There's no point, is there? Okay. Now let's have a little look at it. Yeah, I suppose because you could do a Youth Academy only challenge where you just took over the best side in every single nation, won the league first season, and technically you've won it with a youth team if you haven't, right, I suppose. But ultimately, again, that's the great thing about FM saves. You can choose what to do. Okay. I think now would be a good time to make that change and get the robot on. Allow a little bit of a rest for Kowalski. João Carlos is very tired, and maybe now Geisler goes on there, and we hope. I mean, it's a red injury, but we've still got 1 more sub if I do need to bring him off for whatever reason, and we do technically have Molsky and another centre-back that I can bring on. Not sure, Paul. I still think against even better sides, it would still come a cropper more frequently than it would work, but we've seemingly... Weirdly, we actually beat Freiburg playing this system before, but had to switch back to a different tactic at the end of the game to see it out. That was the issue. I think we've certainly sprung the surprise on them in the right place,
well
for sure.
Spent.
Wills,
Big love to you this glorious son, Dat.
Dr. Thune, Youth Academy, not about selling an entire team, they're not using Youth Academy players. Alright, again, ultimately, it's your save. People can do what they like, right? Far be it from me to say, I just think that actually, it doesn't matter what I think. If you're having fun, you're playing it correctly. Yeah, I just think that the fact that the game doesn't show you the injury is truly ridiculous. Yeah, so it genuinely is crap out here. I've done some tests on this, and it drops off dramatically after the 3rd season of a save. Your average youth intakes across any club that you as a human are in charge of, the quality dips by between 5 and 20% PA drop, and CA is a little bit more squiffy because that's judged by a different thing. But I did the data on this. I basically took over like 6 different teams in Hungary at the same time, did loads of simulation tests where I was in charge so I could see the intakes and knew exactly when they were, and tracked the average PA of players coming through their intakes over a longer period of time to see if that was actually the case. And almost universally, there was a drop after 3 years. Or if you look at the average PA over the first 3 years combined with the next 3 years, it was between 5 and 20%. There's a huge difference. It's sort of, and I can sort of see why it would be the case. It's like what Hedron says, it's to do with like, at the start of a save, new players, they say, oh, I got a great intake, and it's sort of a little hook, so to speak. Is it a little bit annoying in the fact that it then means that your save is a little bit strange, which I'm willing to accept it. That looks offside against Shankiti here. I don't think this is going to count, even if this does go in, which it doesn't. What a save. And I'm actually okay with that as far as that. But you sort of have to be aware of it, I guess, going forward, because if you have the knowledge that that's likely happening, you can sort of assume that the players you're getting there are just a little bit better than they were before. Now he's been moved to striker, which means we've got to go after Sangare. Wait, didn't this guy used to play for Lechia? I could have sworn this guy played for Lechia. Did they sell him to Freiburg? That might have been a January move. I must check this. He was the guy that we tried to sign years ago, right? Sorry, you've loaned him to Freiburg. I'm assuming it's a loan with a massive option in it. I've seen this happen a few times now, actually. First says, pretty much, Robbie, yes. If you want to. Get a boost again. No, I believe it's to do with the start of the save, specifically, like when the save database is initialized rather than... It's first season, 3 seasons in general. Just to get some experience in the Champions League. Maybe they're planning something big for the future. With that in mind, I think all we realistically can do now is just pray that we can see this out. I might stick on time wasting in a minute, but just gonna hope. How much stoppage time are we getting here? 1 minute. Fudging hell, chat. I'm telling you, once you reach this stage of the tournament, 3.51 XG. Wow. That is some comeback from the boys there. Well done, lads. Good Lord. Hello, Hayden. You joined us at a time as we've just pulled off a miracle no, to be fair, we were 2 goals down in this game and heading out of the Champions League, so I'll take that as the miracle comeback. Good Lord. Not making it easy for ourselves, but the pattern continues. So far. 1 more round to get through, and if we get through that, which I will play the other tactic for because it's Manchester City most likely in the next round, but we'll keep that one in the back pocket because we can switch to it. Yeah, we pretty much when we switched to that, I think it's partly because of the way that they'd set up, but I just don't think we'd be able to get away with playing that system against Man City and getting the same result. But if we need to switch to it, we can do, and if it still works, then maybe it is just something we use preemptively going forward. Man of the match award is presumably Palawan. No, it's Al Shankiti, who actually gets 2 assists in this game. 2 more assists. What a guy. Whew. Predicted cost when you upgrade facilities. You're right, it doesn't, does it? You just find out afterwards where you go, I'm upgrading my facilities, and then the game goes, cool, that'll be £8 million, please. Well done, lads. I would say handle 2-legged ties, but that is in fact not how you handle a 2-legged tie. You just win the home leg. Yeah, big rest needed now. Seemingly hard-coded the ambassadors. Yeah, it's... From my understanding, of the data I've looked at, it suggests that there must be something in the background that is causing that to happen. So, not something we have any control over, but nevertheless, it's something that was definitely there. Okay, big rest for everybody. Because I'm pretty certain you get the cup final game in between the semi-final, first and second legs, which is fine, because we're going to throw the cup final anyway, or try to at least. Because we want to see give an opportunity for Piaskowitz to get into Europe, because they're not going to do it without us, are they? Yeah, my hope was that we could get all this sorted and get everything tied up before the British Grand Prix kicks off later. Kicks off? 7 to 8. I believe it staggers up each time. So it should, in theory, be a larger increment of money every single time. Yeah. It's one of those things where, obviously, we have to assume that it's hard-coded in that sense, because all the data I've collected suggests that that's the case. And I feel like I've got enough now to be able to... I mean, I don't, ultimately, but there's enough happening there that I'm willing to say that. Whether it is actually the case or not, I don't know, but it feels like it to me, and all the numbers I've collected sort of suggest it. There are still outliers in that, for sure, but it's definitely hinting at it. What do they want now? 1.8 million. Fine. Right, Thursday. Big one. Drives off. Yeah, I suppose, or checkered green flag drops? I don't know. I think it's realistic, though. Do I think what's realistic? My apologies, my friend. I missed... Do you mean the youth intake amounts? As in the quality of the youth intake players? No, that would be unrealistic, because there would be no way of... That could not possibly be realistic. Just because, obviously, a youth intake doesn't suddenly be better for 3 years when a manager joins a new club, right? So if that's what you meant, maybe you didn't. Yeah, youth intake, they're obviously not realistic, of course. But not everything has to be 100% for that. It can also be... After all, it is a game at the end of the day. Lights out, where we go. That's the one. Me when I go to bed. Which I'm still not entirely sure how I'm going to do that tonight. I'm thinking nap. Nap has got to be the solution. Wait, I can't really do that, can I? Because Georgian, he'll get hundreds of caps. That's all right. We'll take that. That's fine. They want us to be loaned back. I mean, for the time being... No, we'll keep him. It's just sort of a game mechanic, yeah. I think it's better for casual players. And we can use it to our own advantage, because knowing that it's sort of there gives you more of an impetus to really focus on those guys you get in the first couple of seasons of a save. You should have seen, excuse me, some of the intakes I was getting with Plymouth when I did that director of football thingy that ended up not panning out. But some of the intakes I got for that, the first intake I got with Plymouth in that save, I had 5 5-star players in that intake. And obviously that's, relative to Plymouth. But some of them obviously got sold by my DOF. And I started to see their development curve. These guys were at Man United not long after that, so they probably had ridiculously high PA, some of them. Which makes me even more annoyed that he was willing to sell them for 800 grand and a packet of wafers, So Wojciech Monka. Unfortunately, unless I'm spelling Wojciech's name wrong, he does not appear to be in my database, unfortunately. There we go. For a better one. But the thing is, though, if you do change your Hoyd for a better one, which obviously you do, and you do see differences, it would never be immediate. It would be a lot for Plymouth, though. Is it, though? Not really. It's... Yeah, I was going to say, it wasn't really much, even in that save, in like the early seasons, it wasn't a lot at all. This was a Plymouth side that were... I got into the Premier League, and by me, I mean me and my DOF, who would do nothing except sign goalkeepers. Yeah, that's the thing, exactly. It should be. Like, what is this? There's a few blessings in here. Blessing Morgani, Blessing Eza, Blessing Amusan, Blessing Danso, Blessing Agbeaver, Ganyu Blessing, Blessing Uncube, of course. I like that Blessing is like a sort of unisex name here. This is cool. In different name pools. Blessing Kim, Blessing Akusua, Blessing Fury, Blessing Jerry. Don't know the right combinations there. That's Petro exclusive. No, because then I'd have to actually spend weeks. Part of the reason why I was talking last stream about the changes I want to make to the recap is because the ballooning of the time it's now taking to make the recap videos is pretty much preventing me from doing anything else, and that is an issue, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to sort of scale those things back in the way that I talked about last stream to actually allow me to make content again. And essentially the Plymouth thing was purely untenable because my brain went, oh yes, I could play this entire save, and then make a video out of it. It's like, yeah, that was never going to happen, was it? You were never going to get that far. You need to do it in smaller chunks, Matt. And that's the way that you'll get your brain to enjoy it. And that's what I'm planning to do with the Ely City thing. I was going to do some stuff with that on Friday, but head was not there on Friday at all and still hasn't really recovered from it. It's been a bit of a weird couple of weeks, honestly. I think it's just my brain's got a bit burnt out. It's very general, yeah. I like the idea of Shard. Yeah, they're all in the pack, It's the Absolute Mess V3 tactic. Is the one that we are generally using in Champions League matches. It's the one that won us the turnaround there in the last game as well. Hertz has scored another goal. And we've lost, but he scored a goal. That's all I care about at this point. Those are the drastic difference. Well, it's not a drastic difference, but we're talking like a between 5 and 20% drop on average from seasons 1 to 3 to seasons 4 to 6, which is enough, particularly as you start making progress over those first 3 seasons. So it looks more dramatic than it is because of that. It's too local for me. I figured I had to go super local. I haven't done a save like that really ever, like proper low. Particularly as they've just announced the squad changes for next season, so I actually have a bit more of an idea who's actually in the team. Must-haves this year. Channel, basically anything with channel in it seems to work pretty well. That's the general consensus. But what we're running with, generally speaking, is this. That's the combined version, obviously. In and out of possession is very different. The idea, generally, is that it's very, very aggressive. Lots of people making plays and they don't know who to pick up. And with so many players up the pitch all the time, everybody's basically a pressing player when we lose the ball. And the idea is that when we do lose the ball in the final third, we win it back so fast that we never even have to do the defending part of the play. That's essentially part. Now, it does still come a cropper sometimes, but it allows us to create these brilliant chances in transition because of that. But yeah, channel midfield roles are... I mean, actually, I don't use that many of them. In fact, I don't think we've got any in this system, but they're very good. We have a channel forward, but a channel midfielder can be a bit of a must at times as well. Tag when we lose the ball. Yeah, pretty much. It's like one of those all-against-all games where we just run at people, pretty much. Going to win the Champions League this year. Well, the rule and the curse is, Lord Justinian, that if we get past the round of 16, historically, and by that I mean the last 7 years of this save, maybe 8 years, if you get past the round of 16, we reach the final. We don't always win it, but we get there. Joao Carlos isn't a striker. It's just because I switched to the other tactic, so he gets pushed to being a striker, but he actually isn't. An idea for a new FM save. I mean, it's very vague, but have you considered Fulham? Chat, I'm sticking to my guns. I'm trying our new method. Right, let me just... When is our actual... Oh, we've got a little gap now, don't we, actually? Because our next game isn't until... Yeah, so we've got a little gap in here, so I can play where I want, really. The hyping of the... We discussed this earlier, Hayden, but basically I'm just like, I'm not that bothered about it. It's a football match, and obviously there are factors at play, but I feel like they're not as meaningful as people are making it out to be. You got really good youth intakes. To be fair, the worse your team is, the better your youth intakes will likely look in comparison as well. I love doing non-league saves where you get really crap players in your intake, but by golly, do they look good. Particularly when I was doing it with Beckenfield, obviously. Okay, so Joao Carlos is not going to be the striker. But I will drop you there. Polizia to there. And then we will bring back in Mr. Gomez, who did very well off the bench in the last game. Everybody's... Oh, guys, yeah, so he did actually. He probably should not have come on. He could barely even play 75 minutes there, so that was probably a mistake on my part, but it is what it is. Okay. That's sort of what we were discussing earlier, Hayden. Yeah. Advanced wingbacks are great this season. The only reason I'm not using them, we used to, is because I decided that I just would make my wingbacks into playmaking wingers when we have the ball. Because I feel like they would be even better in this situation. And they have still kind of produced as if they were playmaking wingbacks. Like Naeem has 12 goals and 18 assists this year. But I guess when you play more like a winger, that kind of makes sense, right? Cool. That should be all right. I think. Although I think, have Gornik played? I'll do the game, but I'm pretty certain we need to... Oh. Wait, the rabbit's injured? Oh, he's suspended. Naughty robot. I'll just do the instant result on that one instead. Chance, tell me something. Brookbet, I mean, hey, the way they're playing right now, also, a strikerless formation with Brookbet, you would absolutely cook Poland with that. Over the age of 25, I have always liked the idea of like an old folks home save. That would be almost the opposite of my normal types of saves, where I refuse to sign anyone over the age of 19, pretty much. J-Levs, thank you very much for the 7 months. Did we just... Oh, no. Shit. Even works against us.
There's a train coming anytime
and Showstar, or Chester, thank you very much for the follow, friend. I appreciate that. Hope you're well on this average Sunday. Early support. Welcome aboard. That sucks, actually. We could do with not... Yeah, so I can only sign players over 31 or something silly. Basically become what Celtic were on that random save of mine a few years ago, where all they did was sign... Gornik Shavstra are getting relegated, aren't they? They're 4 points from... This is not good. Piaskovic will lose again, which means we're definitely throwing the cup final to them now, because they are never getting into Europe. Radomiak won again. They're getting closer. They're still 5 points off it, though. Them missing out on Europe 2 seasons in a row is unforgivable, frankly. But even worse is Cracovia getting into it, which they probably are now, barring a miracle. Which is shit. But did Gornik at least go through to the next round? Yes, they fucking did. Come on. They managed to win. Well, they made that hard for themselves, didn't they? So Gornik are into the semi-finals of the Champions League. The Greg's bollocks. I saw something about... Basically, no, I haven't. I did see something, but I tend to just skew through those things these days. I'm just like... I don't know. There's just so much waffle out there, right? I'm just a man out there looking for a good time. So what have we got? 18.9 points on the year now, which is still only 4th. But more than France. Italy are mudded now, frankly. They only have 1 team left. Is there anyone with loads of teams left? Oh, Sweden have 2 still. Or there might still be 1, actually, because of the way that the game is broken. Yeah, we're going to be comfortably 5th here. But the more points we can put down here, the better. Eastbourne Borough, that could work. Yeah, or Margate, or somewhere like that. Oh, yeah. No, advanced wingbacks, you pretty much have to give them the entire wing. And you do need the right player for it, I think. Thankfully, we did have the right players. Without a shadow of a doubt. Unfortunately, now one of them has absolutely broken himself. Why is it saying we have 3 clubs in Europe? Have we got a team in the Europa League and I've just been ignoring them this entire time? We can't do, surely. No. That threw me off there for a minute. They went out the previous round, didn't they? They went out the round of 16. Legia lost to Arsenal, and then Arca lost to RZ, which was a bit surprising, actually. Yostix! Thank you very much for the 5 months, friend. You okay, Pog? Yeah. Okay. Oh, dear. For today, apparently. I didn't know they did them, for a start. Don't do a waffle. They probably should do. I must admit, those Greg Sausage Rolls ones that you can buy in Tesco's, they're actually quite nice, to be honest. Injury's still a big issue. I'm not sure. It's definitely not as bad as it was. So, I mean, at one point, the women's game was completely plagued by injuries in these saves to the point where it was sort of unmanageable. Now it definitely doesn't feel as bad. Let's just check the women's team for Wisła. Let me use the Lone Farm one because it's got an INF view on it. To be honest, that is still pretty awful. That is a lot of red injuries still. A lot more than we'd have on our side of the game. It used to be, though, the entire team pretty much was red or orange injured, but that is still very high. That's about the highest I've seen. That might be an outlier, potentially, but that is still an awful lot of players. Let's see if we can look at the injury list for the stats of the women's division, which we are still winning, albeit by 1 point. Where is the injury list? Injury table. So, oh, wait, you can only see... I want this one here, not the one that shows the actual individual injuries. I want the... Basically, 14, 12, 12, 11. Let me just now look for the one for the extra class ourselves so we can see how that compares. Yeah, 6, 5, 4, 4. So it's definitely worse. Good vote against Argentina. I mean, they did their very best. It would have been awesome to see them pull off anything crazy, but the fact that they were even able to come back in that game twice is unbelievable. Right. I think our next 3 years, JRL though, I think it's not as drastic as that though. We're talking double the number, and that's still less than it was. At one point, it was basically the entire squad, and all score a third. Did they? I mean, either way, that's still incredibly impressive. Maybe it wasn't in the highlight package. I'm sure it was, but maybe I'm just unlucky in this. Or maybe, Alice, is because I started this save so early that it's still got some like carryover bits from when the game was super broken on women's injuries, and the changes they made may have affected it somewhat, but maybe not as drastically as it was in like a new save, perhaps. Right. Oh, he did, yeah, that free kick. Incredible. His goal is just one of those... Remember that goal at the World Cup type games? And they go around again. Oh, these are all the guys from the Next Gen list and stuff. Anyone free in there? What I think I'll do in the summer is crack out a new batch of amateur reports, because I think we kind of let that slide for the time being, and it means that the Lone Farm at the very low end is a bit... Then again, I'm almost wondering if we're past the point of the like amateur Lone Farm. I still do a bit of the research there, but maybe not as much as before, because those guys aren't really helping Poland overall for the most part. We probably need to be... We may have moved beyond those types of players, although what I do need to be doing at least is checking the goddamn team reports because of players like these guys. Yes, lads. Oh, wow, that's loads. A couple of Chileans in there, bit of Cola, bit of Crvena Zvezda, and a 16-year-old at Club Leon called Eric Brizuela. 6'1" with 10 jumps. It's not as bad as the other guy was, in fairness. How much Rodriguez? Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the goals you sort of remember and think back. You okay, Paul?
How do I watch streaming on my phone?
On your phone? Oh, you have to download it and log in and stuff. I'll have to show you later on. It's a... Considering he wasn't Colombian either. I feel like a Colombian would spell their name like that, for sure. I didn't rest the team, did I? But it's okay. What? Oh, no, we can't. We need to make sure we win this game, because, yeah. No, she's sat on my desk chair, which is obviously over the other side of the room at the moment. Do we fit this point? Yeah, no, good point. I think at this point, it's really more a case of focusing on higher quality Lone Farm signings, and that also means we waste less time scouting amateurs where 99.9% of them are awful, and it just wastes a lot of our scouting time that could be used on actually more productive scouting, I suppose. Still do natty caps and stuff like that, but I feel like the time for the pure... We will miss out on the occasional crazy good amateur doing that, but I think it's no longer worth our time to find them, whereas earlier in the save it absolutely was. I have to let Gornik win. No, this is the semi-final. We want to get to the final and let Piast Gliwice win, because Gornik are looking like they might get relegated, whereas Piast Gliwice are a better side, and I need them in the Europa League next year. Gornik, I mean, it sucks, but I could take it or leave them a little bit more. I might just run the full squad here, actually, and just make sure I rest them after the match. Because it's the next game that they need to be fully rested for. Oh no, we can't have a bigger bench for the cup anyway, can we? Because oh well, doesn't matter. We'll win the game anyway. It'll be fine. Watch them beat us anyway. Actually, in a way, if it was Gornik versus Piasklevica in the final, then I'd still rather Piasklevica went through. Okay, that's good. But if nothing, I'm gonna have to build like some random crazy tactic for that final that we won't be able to watch, and hope that we actually do lose the game, or just play a lot of players out of position and again hope that we do lose the game. Because the last thing we want is to accidentally win the damn thing, because it's right in between. Because I love the Polish schedule where the cup final takes place in between the Champions League ties, but then I can't imagine Poland gets Champions League semi-finals very often. Momper in goal, maybe. A proper nonsense one, yeah. Pohang asked me to become a new coach. I mean, I don't know the context, I suppose, so that might be good or bad, honestly. Newest intake guy, maybe. Just put the entire B team in. It'll probably need to be a gopping throw tactic, yeah. Oh, I know what it could be. It could be that silly wall of death tactic I built and I never actually used in a game. Then we may have to watch it, to be honest. Just to see how that looks. I've got that in the back pocket, I think. I think I still have that in my saved tactics and stuff. We did concede, right? That's the one, where all the players line up on one side of the pitch when we have possession, and then when we lose the ball, they all go to the other side of the pitch. I never actually got a chance to play it in a match, I don't think. Oh, sorry. I'd hate if Jens actually got relegated with them. That would kind of suck for Big Yenzi, because he'd probably end up leaving. A crisscross version. The double... Okay, right. If you could send me the tactics file, then maybe we could play that instead, because that sounds funny as hell. And you've probably given it way more thought than I did. In fact, not even probably. There's nothing probably about it. You've almost certainly given it more thought than I do. I want to make sure I actually remember to do the resting this time, because they are needing it. Right. Training. Rest players. 1 day. Just national reputation. Damn. To be fair, if your attributes are... or your managerial attributes and badges are quite decent, then that might be part of the reason. It's why I used to get loads of like national team jobs offered to me really early in these saves in the past. No, nothing like that has happened in this save since they turned on international football. So that could be another sort of holdover of the before. Pick it over, nice. Let me just make sure I actually got Discord loaded for this. Oh, so basically, we managed to get past Freiburg in the most dopping way imaginable. We won the first leg 1-0. Kowalski got us the winner late on. And in the second leg, we were conceded an own goal, and nobody had a shot in this match for either team in the first 25 minutes of the match. Then they got a deflected goal as well. Then we got on back. Then they scored straight from our kickoff, or technically from their kickoff, to go back in front again with our goalkeeper basically failing massively. And they, I think at half-time, had 3 goals of 0.35 XG. In the second half, we threw it on the attacking option. Gomez then got us back level very quickly. We missed loads of chances, and finally in extra time, Paolo Enrique gave us the winning goal, but it shouldn't have been anywhere near as close as it was, basically. But we don't do things the easy way here in the in Wisła. Oh. Make Jens ass man. Oh, if Jens got staff attributes and wanted that, then 100% he'd be the ass man. Yeah, so you could see with our youth academy, sadly, we actually lost the good player, and I can't remember which one of them it was that was even supposed to be... Oh, it was Farrell, wasn't it? Or Witkowski? All I know is it downgraded one of our players from top to being good. So I'll just let the Doff sign where he wants out of those guys. So there we were... Oh, no, Molsky's hurt himself. Of course he fucking has. Has he signed for Madrid? How much? Wasn't it quite a low release clause that he had or something? Or they were just going to pay very little money in general? Poland never makes it easy. I mean, right now, Górnik Zabrze are bottom of the league. Just to really make it easy. It's quite a narrow system. So the start of... You can download the tactic. It is in the tactics pack. But basically, the idea is it's very high tempo, very narrow, trying to compress the pitch into a really small space, work it around, get low crosses in, just drive balls into like this chaos box. Progress is all done through the middle. Despite having the width that we do have, we still pass into space because you get all these runs through the centre of the pitch. And yeah, that's the idea, essentially. It's just tiny kill box and just grind them into dust. Well, with Absolute Mess, the logic behind it was that our actual system we were playing before was like well constructed and stable, but it always seemed to underperform XG in every single match and would always concede the dumbest goals. This one still concedes dumb goals, as we saw, but oh, that's a good win. But you score enough that it matters a bit less, I guess. Oh, they're just never going to get there, are they? As long as Cracovia don't end up in the Champions League, I think I'd be okay with that, but the fact that we didn't beat them, that's a little embarrassing, frankly. So, we rotate fully against Lechia, because who cares, we're already champions anyway. Would like to try and get close to the number of goals we scored last season, but I don't think we're quite going to reach that. I think it was 116 last year. Oh yeah, we're nowhere close. Might even reach 100 this year. It's definitely a little bit of a drop-off from El Shankiti. He's probably got close to 30 still now, right? Oh, he still has 27. He's actually not scored a goal today, I don't think. 21 assists, though, is pretty impressive. Polizia with 18 goals. He's disgusting. If he gets 20 this year, which I think he could, greatest free signing I've ever made. Probably. Champions League. Do you know what? Them being in Europe has felt like a long time coming. And I'm not entirely opposed to it. Even if it's just Conference League, the teams and the players that they actually have at Zagłębie Lubin, they've slowly but surely each season just progressed up a little tiny bit and have got slightly better. And they have some really good talented young players, weirdly lots of Polish players, that are actually really good. I think they could actually secretly be quite decent one day. We are still in the Champions League, yes. We're playing Manchester City in the semi-finals. We had an absolute humdinger of a second leg against Freiburg to progress through. We are still in the Champions League, and Górnik are still in the Europa Conference League. They are playing Man United in the semis, and they are bottom of the league as they say this. It's probably not going to happen for them, but you never know. Preemptively, now what we're doing, we'll just throw this to the wall. Full rotation. Want to make sure that Janicic starts. Del Toro, we can't start you. I will just keep Ahipong in the team for this one. Sharpek can continue. Alvarez will not start this match. We will start... No, we won't start Molski because he's injured. Cool. Right. And Sharpek needs to start up front because we don't really have another option there. Oh, actually we do. We can put Sharpek there. And then Audi Kukonda will play as the other striker for this game. I don't know who Wada is, but he's here. Those guys will be okay. Von Kemsika, can't do anything bad. Cool. Hello, Jimbo. I didn't see you there, man. Hope you're well. Came served and left. Is this another... Oh, he's gone. Well, he'll get a nice payout, won't he? I'm just happy that Renard's happy, really. That's where my loyalties truly lie. I'm a Hervé Renard loyalist. Okay, this is definitely not going to go wrong for us. Maybe Sharpek will be the best left wing back of all time. Maybe that's what we've been trying out for this entire time. It does suck a little bit, though, because this is the perfect moment where Molski could have stepped up. As if we actually won 4-1 playing that system and Sharpek scored a goal. How's that happened? Yes, Radomiak beat Cracovia. That's good news. Actually, someone else to do it, too. It's like when we're Lubin now moving to 4th place. Okay, I really don't know if I want them in the Champions League next year. I'm starting to agree with you now, chat. And we played very, very well in this game. 2 assists for Kukonda. Neto's definitely one of those players I'm going to have to assess over the summer because having those 3 as a rotation, say 3, those 4 all in there could be very fruitful for us. Right? Let me just clear up a bit of space in my Firefox window so I can actually do this. Champions League final. Wait, hang on. The CHL final. What? Is that the Canadian Hockey League? Because if so, I'm ready in the sense that I didn't know it was happening. I actually thought that would have already happened by now. Doku's been very ill. Oh. I feel like I haven't seen Doku's name mentioned as much of this World Cup as I would have thought I would have done, given that he would surely be one of Belgium's more impactful players. But maybe he has done loads of stuff, I don't know. No clean sheet. Man of the match award for Neto again. He's been a very solid player today. I feel like he might be one of the top scoring players. Yeah, he's actually the top, by a comfortable margin, I think, one of the top scoring players overall. I don't think anybody has him in their team, though, understandably. Okay, so that's that. Then it's just Manchester City. We're ready. Oh, no, it's not doing that thing again, is it? Broken lower arm for one of our youth players. That sucks. I do like Janasz. It's my guy. Oh, of course, yeah, because he left to go... Yeah, I do remember that now, actually. An airway infection. Jesus Christ. Can't wait for them to find a way to blame that on him going to see his wife and newborn. It certainly wouldn't have helped, of course, but, you know, that's his fault for shagging 9 months before a World Cup. Like, these are the decisions you make, right? Could you do with the Górnik Zabrze win? Oh, no, I don't even know a win here is going to make a difference. They are that far off the pace. Even if they were to beat, which they didn't, I think that's probably them done. They're 6 points from safety with 3 games to go and a relatively ass goal difference. Polonia might stay up, though, potentially. That's not great. Also, it feels like Brookbet have completely stopped trying now, and at one point were so far clear of everybody else that it was unfunny, and now they might not even finish second. leaking teams. It's strange that you do that, but I guess it's like, that's my job, I'm a journalist, etc. Should I rotate? Oh, I probably should have done the resting thing there, perhaps, just in case anyone came off the bench in that game, but we work with it. Deportivo Cali, where are they? Oh, it moved up. There we go. Take a bit of that. Yeah, is CHL... I'm assuming that's Canadian Hockey League, or is that Swiss, maybe? I genuinely don't know. Okay, Sebastian Richter. I'm not sure what kind of scale I'd place him on. I forgot that I can remember as a... There will obviously be a Patreon recap video as well next week, too. Obviously, it won't be immediately, because recap today tomorrow. Colombian... Oh, the Colombian Hockey League. It's a very different kind of white powder they're playing on there, though, I must admit. Not that they play on powdered snow anyway. You get my point. Do reasonable. Sick. I was thinking, when CHL, my brain went to Canadian Hockey League, but I'm now not sure. Espinoza. Wait. Didn't this guy used to play for... Oh, no, he didn't. He's very good, though. Holy shit. Why are you doing so bad if you got him in your team? What's that other guy? Oh, this is the guy from the next gen list. He's a very tackly boy. I just didn't know he could pay a lot less and get a lot more. Hydration break vests. No? What does that even mean? So is he like a vest underneath the... What, like a cool suit that F1 drivers and whatnot wear? Oh, Champions League. My apologies. Right, sorry. So what was the question then? Oh, ready for the final. Sorry, that was where I was confused because we're not in the final yet. But I admire the optimism. Because history tells us that getting to this stage means we're going to be in the final. We just need to beat Manchester City. Well, I have heard it referred to as that. I just wasn't sure in this context if it actually was that. But to be fair, that's the kind of attitudes we need, in fairness. We are going to be there. And if we all just accept that, it'll be fine. I'll press the suit ready for Tuesday. And if we get very lucky, meaning that both us and Gornik managed to beat teams from Manchester, there could be the first double final of the save. I've said this before. In fact, I'm pretty certain the last time Gornik played Manchester United in the Conference League semi-finals was also... Oh, no, it wasn't. It definitely wasn't. I was going to say it was also right before we had a Champions League final, but it absolutely wasn't. And the reason for that is because that was the one when we lost the entire stream's worth of progress because of the autosave thing and that weird glitch with the Gornik game. Okay, is Man City, we're definitely going to revert to this one for this game, just to be sure. Pulisic can come back into there. Then we bring back in Van Kemsika, like so. Naeem, Alvarez, Kowalski, Joao. Switch those two over like that. I'd say that's about as good as it gets for us, really. Obviously, Coutinho and Mr. Robot will come back to the bench. Molski's nearly fit. Guys, I mean, he can play. If we need him to, he can play, for sure. Oh, we have won a Champions League with Wisła. It was a while ago, though. It was in Season 7, I think. This is now Season 14. The first time we ever got to a final, we won it, and we've never managed to win it again since then. Oh, nice. The GOP is on the way. The GOP is on the way, dear. World Cup. Probably set pieces. After every match, it resets the default. Does it? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Purely on the fact that that's not happened to me. Like, we've been using a consistent set piece setup this entire save. Not this entire save, but like recently. Colombia's vests. Oh, interesting. So is it like a genuinely, like a cooling thing? The powder creates like a cooling sensation for them or something. That's kind of interesting. In a match when you might actually need something like that, for sure. CHL trophy. Ooh, that's kind of sick, actually. It's kind of blocky. I like this, like... I wouldn't think I'd like that, but I do kind of like that. Yeah, no, I haven't actually seen that issue happen before. This could just be yet another of the things that's less happening to me because of the fact that this save was started such a long time ago. Right, I need another pee break, so I'll be back in just 1 second, chat. You know what to do. And then we're going to play Manchester City and hopefully get to another Champions League final. Hopefully. 7 in 1 ad break. That is impressive. I'm actually there you go. I'm glad you got that one for me. Thank you. I was going to leave it until someone got that one. Oh, it's a tie. A tie between the two people you'd expect to be tying at this point. Mr. Profiteroles. It got there in the end. But it's still a 4-point gap at the top. And that's the real thing. The Goppers Ladder I saw as soon as I moved away from my computer, my phone knew it because I hadn't touched the mouse, and it jumped me straight back into like Discord notifications on my phone again, which is actually quite a cool feature in fairness. It's like if I'm not touching the mouse, it knows that I'm suddenly immediately away, and it will just move straight to notifications on my phone, which is pretty cool. Oh, that'll come in handy for the midweek game. Right. Oh, Christ on a bike. Apparently it's getting hot again next week as well. Ooh, load it in. We do have a spare slot actually ready for... Wait, was this the... Oh no, this was another tactic I made for us as well before we moved over to the other one. And I never even tried this in a match. Let me just download this from Hadrian's Discord message. Grab that for us. Extra dashes. Best Kiwi goal... Oh, is there a Kiwi goalkeeper? That's cool. Wait, which one was that then? Oh, that reminds me of the Australia-Egypt game, which I saw the usual sort of discourse of the, well, you know, you should never change your goalkeeper for a penalty shootout. That never works, except for when it does. Oh, Alex Paulson, of course. That being said, Matt Ryan didn't exactly do anything in that shootout. Here it is. GOP's in. Oh, yeah. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. This is some Minecraft shit. Amazing. Oh, no. Wait, no. Has it broken it? See, unfortunately what it's done now is it's removed all the... Fucking hell. Right, one sec, chap. Just going to move all the players back into the positions because apparently the game doesn't let you just keep them in there when it moves back. Kowalski back to... Christ, where Steinbergen is. I thought the game was smarter than that. Yeah, I think it's because of the all matches thing, perhaps. Mana comes back there. Van Kemsik... Wait, why is Mana and Van Kemsik even in the team? Where's Steinberger? Is he suspended? Wait, shouldn't they not both be in the team anyway? I think I would have needed to take a second look at this anyway. I think it's added extra players in. Yeah, Steinberger shouldn't have been in the team anyway. Well, he should, rather. He should be there. But it's also somehow taken out a player that was in the team before, I think. Where's he gone? Yeah, Gomez is no longer in the team. Right. There you go. There you go. There... Well, no. There you go. There you go. And we're back. Got there in the end. Goodness me. I think with the guy that still stepped up and missed the penalty, I think that was extremely brave. I don't know if they made him take the penalty. It sounds to me like he volunteered for that. And fair play to him. Oh, I see. Yeah, so it just has nowhere to put anybody. Fair enough. That should be okay, though. I've just realised I'm a fucking idiot. We weren't playing that. That's why they were in the team, because we weren't playing that system in this game, were we? I'm an idiot. We were playing Manchester City, and I moved it back to the other system. Squad will just be like, what are you doing, brother? There we go. Ah, dear. There you go. Pog with a question for chat. What is the one thing in your life that makes you happy? Looking for good vibes. You love to see it, Pog. I could do with those. Is that before was being cows in the presser? Birds are banging, to be fair. Geese, specifically. Planning trips sometimes can be as fun as the actual trips themselves, I feel like. But that might just be the way that my brain is. I get cheap dopamine that way, right? Feeding the geese. Yes, Alice! Oh, Alice, mate. Should have seen the number of geese I saw yesterday. 200 geese. I'm glad you're here. I finally get to talk about geese as someone that appreciates this. 200 geese. Some hybrid geese. Cut to the Charlie Day thing again. I think they are, Basil, yeah. I think there's a lot of people find that, though. You get a lot of joy out of... You get a lot of joy and dopamine out of talking about things you're going to do as well as actually doing them. I think sometimes when I'm just with my friends in a kind of chill atmosphere, that's also very, very nice. I'm really looking forward to doing that in a couple of weeks when it's Viking's birthday. And the rare moments where I feel happy sometimes as well is when I'm having time off and I'm doing something like not productive, but enriching for myself, and I don't feel guilty about not working during that period. That they don't happen very often, but when they do, those are fleeting, but they're lovely. I've really been struggling to find any time, or not time, but any kind of bandwidth for that lately. I might take up knitting. Birds podcast. Oh, now we're talking. The Goose Cast, surely. The Honk Cast? I don't know what you even call it. Is that the team I want? Pub gardens, yes. Or just your mate's garden, because the beer's cheaper. Pro tip. Huge transfer. He looked every bit his age, but at the same time also looked like he had like wisdom beyond his years, if that makes sense. Right, Manchester City, let's crack it. That's quite a nice little discussion box just started there. I hadn't even thought about that. Got back at my... Oh, man. I think that I have a little note thing that flashes up on my phone every single night at 10 p.m. that just says appreciate health, because I feel like sometimes we don't appreciate the health we do have while we have it. And when we're getting the height of the teeth pain or whatever, I'd be sat there thinking, Christ, I'm glad. So now when I don't have that, I sit there and I'm like, right, cool. I'm physically able. My teeth aren't hurting. I've not got anything genuinely super wrong with me at this exact moment. Accept that and enjoy that, I suppose, right? Spend these experiences would be, oh, mate. I don't know if this has actually come out yet, but Aaron's story about deciding to no longer wear socks in bed it might be on I think that podcast did come out this week, actually, is one of my favourite FM show things ever. Speaking of, we've booked a live show. We have an official date for a live show, the 1st of November, that would be wrong, at the Canal Bar in Nottingham. Tickets are already on sale. I do have a link that Tony gave me, but I don't know where it is. But the point is, we have a live show booked in. There might be more potentially, but this one is locked in at the Nottingham Comedy Festival. So that's going to be very, very fun. So if you are interested in something like that, then I will try and dig out a link for you at some point. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I know what I did. I think I put it in my tasks list. Nah, I'm not that smart. Of course not. That would be dumb of me. Let me just load my WhatsApp and see if I can find it. We're doing a comedy. Oh, good. I have to log into WhatsApp on my computer, even though I was already logged in. The one time I needed it, with the ramble, some would say Marcus Speller and I have never been seen in the same room, so it could well be the same person. But yeah. So that's something that's on the... not even on the cards. That's literally happening. So it'd be cool to see some of you there. If you're up for that kind of thing, it will be... it's a live podcast, but obviously it won't just be like the normal podcast. It will be a lot more audience stuff, obviously. I've never done anything like this before in terms of live comedy podcast stuff, for sure. Obviously, I've done band stuff in the back of the day, but it's a very different thing. Don't stammer nearly enough. Oh, I don't know. Oh, God. We'd started so well as well. We'd actually started this game quite well, had a couple of little shots apparently, and now an injured player has just popped up and scored a set piece against us. But it's fine. Once you get past the round of 16, we go to the final. I like the part where nobody challenged him. That was good. Really, really good defending there, lads. First shot of the game for Manchester City, and it's a goal. Awesome. Giving them something to hang on to is not really ideal. But we move. Eventually. Apparently very slowly. 8 full stars. Yeah, I just love Marcus. I just enjoy him. For the longest time, he was probably the only reason I would even continue listening to the ramble. Although I have sort of stopped quite a lot recently. But I still love Marcus Speller. I just didn't want anything. Naeem. Oh my God. And one Naeem, and it's over the bar. Nothing to do with FM on the show. Yeah, absolutely. It's because sometimes the best thing is just tangentially related to FM when you're just sort of riffing off of each other. It's very fun. Pog's going to the live show too, of course. She hasn't got a ticket yet, though, so she might not be. Whilst I don't want to throw everything at them in the first leg just in case, we may have to resort to the other tactic in the second half at some point if things don't improve. I might actually do the same change we did against Freiburg with the... Oh, they've got double 2 CMs instead. That's different. That might be why we're getting a little bit... I think we could get through them quite nicely with that, though, because they've not got an attacking midfielder for once. A lot of teams we face tend to. Oh, go on, slide him in. Show me something here. Get that ball back, and it's Al Shankiti, and it's 1-1. There we go. Magnificent. The man is there when we needed him the most. Level on the night. On the half an hour mark. No. Don't. Oh, no, he's given. He's given. Fucking hell. When it pans across like that, I just thought, oh, we're going offside again, are we? Amazing. Finishes a second. I think Marcus struggles from the same things I do. It's just a lot of thoughts going on in his head at the same time, and he tries to get them all out at the same time. It's always been my biggest issue. It's not really that much better now. I'm at least able to organise them into some sort of formal queue. The problem before was that they were all trying to force their way out of my mouth at the same time. Now they're still trying to do that, but I'm able to get them in line a little bit more. I think, maybe. I don't know. 1-1 is better, but it's not perfect. I think we can still keep going with this, though. We've beat Manchester City at this stage before. In fact, I think our record against City is relatively good. I'm pretty certain that Haaland is still knocking about there somewhere. He's still definitely on the books at City, unless they've made a drastic transfer. Oh, shit. He's wearing a Germany shirt that, no, little slugs. I just really like this shirt. It's comfortable, it fits really nicely, and my others still have not arrived. I would have much happily rather worn my Curacao one, or my Belgium one, or my Spain one. But they're not here yet, and that's sad. What am I doing? What am I doing? Why was I doing that? There was a reason. I don't know. We'll figure it out in a minute. Nanny McPhee in there too. Yep. Oh, I was going to look for Haaland, wasn't I? I think he might even be on their bench. Oh, he's not. They've got a guy called Mick Briggs. They've got their very own Naeem. No. Off a normal pace when you're high, but yeah. I get excitable, you know. I'm not gonna dull my sparkle, Hayden, you know. He does. He sounds like he would have played for West Brom in the late 80s or something. Go on. Second phase them. We haven't really got a lot of second phase free kick goals with this system, but sure. Polizia. They've not really got out to us yet. Oh, it's a corner. So it's pronounced name. Hang on. Diuresis. So is diuresis the sort of double dots over the top of the I? That's almost like an umlaut thing, like what we have in Naeem. Huh. Don't see that in a lot of names. I think Anais is like a lady's name. I've seen that a few times as well. Used to get the patter after a while. Worst happening faster than brain, yeah. Won't it be an 8-minute rant about worst phone abandoned rail tunnel? Oh, the best part is I know exactly what you're referring to, and it's just... I can just see his sad little face. Keeping the Premier League, conceded more goals than Raul... Hang on. Name the keeper in the Premier League that conceded more goals against Raul Jimenez than any other keeper. Ooh. It would have to be a guy who's had a reasonable amount of longevity. Or is it? Or is it just a guy who just happens to have played for a team that have been ridden by either Fulham or Wolves several times? Is that deep cut? I don't know, Limerick Leprechaun. I really don't know. Is it Dean Henderson? I don't know why I think that. I'm trying to think that when he was at Forest, we put 5 past them. Maybe a West Ham keeper? Fabianski? Yeah. Was he in goal for West Ham when Fulham beat them 5-0 a couple of seasons ago, perhaps? Right. I'm still not liking what their pivot Garcia's doing. I might press him a little bit harder. Oh, what the hell? Do a bit of that. Show onto weaker foot as well, if that would help. I'm going to show Chow onto it. Why am I not showing any of them onto the weaker feet? Unless they've not got weak feet, in fairness. The rail tunnel. Yeah, I think it's one of the things I like doing about the FM Show pod is particularly when, most of the time, and you can probably tell this if you watch quite frequently, is that I spend a lot of the podcast just trying to make Tony laugh. For example, this is not an episode that's out yet. This is next week's episode. There's a little preview of that. There's this section talking about morality in gaming and the way that people manage in FM with regard to youth players and stuff. It's something we've talked about before, but it's very serious stuff that sort of Si's discussing it mostly and Tony's piping up here and there. And I'm just sat there in silence thinking to myself, I don't have a lot to contribute to this, but when there's an opportunity for a joke here, I'm going to get it. And essentially, it came down to talking about bad owners in FM and if you got taken over by spurious people, and to which was I would never do, I would leave the club. And my answer is just that I'd take the blood money because I wait for moments like that because that's where I find fun. So Wiki Feet. Did I say Wiki Feet? Didn't mean to. It's Pickford. True. Oh, when I say true, I mean obviously that's true, but I don't really think that's that important, to be honest. I think these are it's a bit like when they say, well, England played, or someone played this game in the 1970s and they lost. It's yeah, but I don't think those players are still playing, right? SYC sponsored by Aramco. Get it. Get me the liquid gold into my veins. Okay. City definitely grew into that first half, which is a bit of a concern. I do feel like Pulisic is nowhere near as effective in this system as he is in the other one. It seems to like, yeah. It's like those long-term hoodoos that teams have. For example, for the longest time, Fulham would just never beat Everton at Goodison Park. I think it was Everton at Goodison Park. And then we just randomly did one day, and it was like, ha ha ha. But those things, when they are so... They are certainly interesting stats, but they're sort of ultimately meaningless, I guess. We all do a bit of child traffic in this save. It's not like I couldn't really moral grandstand with you, is what I'm saying. Okay. I forgot about the fact that this system has way more advancement from the centre-backs. Like, they get forward way more frequently than they do in our other one, where they're just going to sit there and do the thing. Which means we see Steinbergen way further up the pitch than normal. Oh, El Shankiti, such a tight angle that he's got to find a pass, though. Surely.
Hate me. I am familiar with over
It's these things, these little moments where he's got to score that. Mareki, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Moral Flamingo stand. Oh, 100%. How did you know what I was doing? Actually, at the time, I wasn't. But usually I am. I've got a different bald spot on my leg now from where I stand/sit sometimes. And it's 2-1! And it's Van Kemsika! Come on! The best way to be involved in the podcast. Yes, that's what I do. I do still have my things where I try to like actually have stories, things to tell, and ways to discuss things, but I mostly just try to make them laugh. And when there's Tony there, that's difficult because he's, you know, a professional comedian. It's tough. Hello, Norden. How are you, man? Things have gone very weird in this save over the long period of time. So we actually won a really early Champions League in this save, Norden. Got all the way up to 3rd in the coefficients, and we've not won another Champions League since then in 7 years. Things have been strange. I think it's time for the robot. And honestly, Polizia, as much as I hate to say it, I'll get Paolo on. Naeem is very tired. So coffee time this time. I'm going to let Joao? Mr. Alvarez play the full 90 here if we have to. But we are going to need to sign a left wing back in the summer. That, I think, is non-negotiable at this stage just because of the situation we're in. Oh. On a podcast? Yeah. But to be fair, I like that we have chatters that literally that's their entire job, and I'm a huge fan of it because you give me funny things. I get to basically say things that you've said and then it makes me look really funny. Just write my lines for me. It's brilliant. So that set piece routine doesn't usually come off like that. We very rarely score directly from the corners, actually. Most of the time, it's usually the clearance and oh, go on. Oh, no. If we get a 3rd goal, suddenly this is much, much better. Like, a 1 goal is great. So, no other Polish side has won a European final yet in this save. We've had several teams reach them, Conference League and Europa, in fact, 1 year. In fact, I believe the first Polish side in this save to reach a Europa League final, to reach a European final, wasn't even us. It was Jagiellonia. They got to a really... Oh, go on. Saved again. They got to a really early Europa League. They lost to Club Brugge, unfortunately. We then got back to the... We got to the Europa League final the following season and then lost to Newcastle. I think it was Newcastle. But then we reached the Champions League final the following year. So a Polish side actually got to a final in the... What would that have been? The 5th season of the save, which was mad. But since then, we've had a couple of Conference Leagues, I think. But no one's quite made that gap. Now, obviously, there is a team still in the Conference League this year, but they're playing Man United in the semis. We've really cooked in the second half of this game, and are a bit concerned about the fact that we've only got a 1-goal advantage to take to Manchester City. Because you know how these things can go. It's nice, isn't it, Queenie? You man's Ghostwriter. Exactly, yeah. Oh, it's because Aaron is an extremely naturally funny person and has an incredibly wonderful delivery of basically everything he says. I'm just enraptured every time he speaks. He's just a lovely guy. I mean, 2-1's probably about fair, in fact, but we definitely... It felt like the type of game that we could have kicked on and done something extra in, perhaps. Just getting that 3rd goal. Those are the sort of differences. But I'm completely content with our ability to take that into the next one and get away with it. Want to be part of the process. Process of what? Sorry, forgive me. My brain completely went blank for a moment there. Another match. We presumably had that, right? Or actually, did we? Yeah, we must have done it. It was Van Kemsika or Alvarez. I'll let the game decide. Nah, fuck it. I'll check afterwards. I'll allocate it properly in a moment. It will tell us properly. It's weird that it doesn't tell you who the man of the match was in... Oh, or does it? Maybe it does, actually. Don't need any training sessions. Okay. What are the games actually that are on tonight before the England game? Because obviously the England game will be the late one, right? But presumably there's 2 games on before. Actually, no, we're in the round of 16 now, so there might be less matches. I feel like we're like one round. Oh, Norway, Brazil. Oh, okay, that'll be kind of banging. That's a tough one to call. Because Norway will be pretty nicely well rested from, you know, they had the whole rest against Spain. Obviously, not Spain, sorry, France. They've progressed beyond that still. Brazil definitely look like they could be got at, but also they look well coached enough that that actually just be a really good game. Oh, the podcast says, oh, I don't credit chat for that. I'm not saying, I don't say things in, what I was saying was that people say things in chat and I repeat them out loud in stream, and then that makes me look funnier than I am. That was the point I was making. More broadly, yes. It took a while, but I think the best way to describe it is I found my fun. I managed to find ways to have a good time with it. So it was Van Kemsiker in the end that actually got man of the match. I should make sure that I actually allocates that to him properly, which it... Don't think it did. Wait, what the hell? No, I gave it to Alvarez. Fuck. What I'll do is I'll give him man of the match bonus. Haaland plan. To be fair, I think with Haaland it's like, there's only so much planning you can do. You know he's there. You know exactly what he's going to do. Sometimes stopping him isn't really even a question of having a plan to stop him. An intruder. A ghost. You're right, Poggy. Let me just give Van Kemsiker an extra little... I'll give him the equivalent of a clean sheet, but it's the same thing for the man of the match bonus. It will still count for the points. Otherwise I have to do it manually, and it sometimes doesn't count the points properly when I do that. Should call you a dangerous lover boy? I mean, I could call you all sorts, but that's potentially one of the things I could call you, Dan. How are you, man? Thoughts on all the players that Fulham have been linked with? Some of them. Shit. Should I rotate? No, it doesn't matter because we're going to rotate for the next game anyway, aren't we? Another coffee. Good for you. I had a caffeinated coffee yesterday, chat, because I didn't take my medication because I woke up late. Except win the game. Hey, if that's all you need to do, that's all you need to do, right? Ooh, hello. Oh, the upcoming final. They're going to be annoyed about that, but hopefully the fact that we're in the Champions League semi should dissuade that a little bit slightly. I just don't think we can afford to not have Piast Gliwice in Europe next year. My only hope is that this doesn't come at the expense of a team that we actually won in Europe. Every time I had a friend story. Yeah. It's because for the longest time, every time I had a story that started with my friend did this and followed by some absolutely crazy nonsense, it would almost always would be Viking. But hey, he's a married man now. He's a manager now. He has people that work underneath him at work now. He's a responsible adult and whatnot. It doesn't change a great deal overall, but those things are in the past now or something. Leagues in Season 3. We've not lost any leagues. That's one of the most bizarre stats that we've had in this entire thing, is that we actually haven't lost any leagues at all. So we won the title in the second tier, obviously first season, and we actually won the title in the top flight in our first year and have never looked back since. We've had some close ones. There was one year where Motor put on an absolute monstrous title challenge to us, which would have won them the league in pretty much every single season, except for that one, because obviously we were ahead of them. Is this the one? Now I can see it. So yeah, if you go to nearly matches, so asking price is too high, and then the rest will probably just be not good enough. Oh no, doesn't have required potential. So it seems like it's one of 3 things. Not spectacular then. Let me just see if there were actually any guys on this one that were a little bit more like it. Nah, in fairness, they are... Who was the one guy that matched? A Real Madrid player that's worth £30 million. Cool. Naturally. But wasn't completed. Finally! Getafe sets us on 2 players perfectly fit Borderlands' competitive style. They're going to draw every game 0-0 next season, aren't they? And somehow find a way to win La Liga. They'll win the game 0-0. Parrot now I met them. Yeah, exactly. I guess it's asking. It's still a lot of money though. In the grand scheme of things, that is still a shitload of money. Is that final actually happening? Oh no, I don't know what I'm expecting here from Gornik Shapshire. They're not going to do anything against Man United, are they? My only hope for them is that they take a draw or something, or win a game in there somewhere that is able to just get us a cheeky little extra coefficient point along the way. But I suspect they've more likely been absolutely clubbed. Oh my god. Chat, Gornik Zabja 3, Manchester United 1. They won the first leg by 2 goals. We could have there's a potential for a double final on Monday or no finals at all because both of us are only winning by small margins. That is so lucky. What a performance from Bela Brajdic, although weirdly he's got quite a low rating, which makes you wonder if Man United just missed all the chances. Oh my God. Strong wins is what did it. Quintero, Nowitzki, and Aguirre with the goals. Quintero gets 2 assists as well. I mean, they could very well be playing in the Conference League final while being relegated. Okay. I guess that's one way to get 8 teams in Europe next year. Right. If it was a single goal lead, I would have no faith in them. I have a horrible feeling that they're going to end up going out in extra time in the second leg, and I don't know quite why. It just feels like... Point is, they've won the match. There's literally nothing I could ask for more from them than to win the game, and they've done that for us. We just need a tiny little bit of luck that doesn't normally happen to us in the knockout stages to finally go our way. We should be at the 19s now, right? 19.5 on the coefficient points for the season. Still 4th because everybody else is just running away with it this season. Jesus Christ, even Germany are up there too. But we've still got teams in Europe. Germany don't anymore, but we ain't catching them on the year. Well, actually, we might catch them on the year. But we're not getting second on the year. We've never done at any stage, actually. I want to be making sure that this season we still get... We just got to get over 20 again. Yeah, they'll get absolutely ridden now, won't they? Okay, now time to throw the cup final. So it's that, and it's also youth. No, not youth. It has to be full rotation because youth prospects will still put some of our first team players in. I love this is. What is this? This almost looks like a system in places. I hate to be the way to break it to you, but this almost looks like a team might play this. So Alvarez is not going to start this game because we need him for the second leg, which means it does look a bit like space. Yeah. Molski's still a bit tired, but look at Janishit's in. He was kicking off. Fuck it, in you go. Coffee to start. Okay, so if Janishit should start on one side, Coffee has to, doesn't he? So in possession it's that, and out of possession it's that. We put James in goal as well. Okay. So bear in mind, we are deliberately trying to lose this game. We want to lose this cup final because it will help Poland overall, because Piasklewice aren't going to qualify for Europe on their own, and by doing this, they'd get into the Europa League for next year, and that would then prevent someone that's really bad from getting into Europe next year, hopefully. What should be Legia now? And the idea about this system, I wish I could explain it. This is one of Hadrian's creations. Wait, Alvarez is still in the team. Hang on. I'm confused. Why is it saying Alvarez is still in the team? Oh, he's there. Wait, what? Is he hidden behind one of the other players? I think he might be, you know. Right. Audi Kukanda instead. Augusto. Wait, I need Van Kemsiker for the next game too. I'm running out of players a little bit here. Yeah, I think it's because they're covering over each other because they're operating in the same spot. It has to be. Let me just turn on the other squads and grab someone out of that just to throw into the team to make sure we're fully ready for this game. Wow, there's a lot of players knocking about. All strikers is the anti-meta. You'd possibly... Shall I bring in Amaricio Penis? We'll bring in Amaricio Penis. That'll do. Right, none of these players are players I'm going to expect to start or play in the next match in any form other than as a substitute. Good. We actually are. We're running out of players that I would be willing to play in this match. I've just changed the tactic for some reason. Hope that hasn't dicked about with it anyway. Right, good. There we go. Right, what are even these roles? So advanced wing backs, we've got inside forwards. Oh, those are centre backs. I see. Right, let's go. Loads of numbers being given out. Amaricio Penis is... This will be his first start for the club, I think, actually. Wait, I have to actually give him a number. Well, then we'll give him one of the never taken numbers for some reason. Cool. I figured we kind of had to watch this one, right? We've actually got time ahead of the second leg anyway, so I figured... It'd be rude not to watch the cup final. Plus, it also means we can take drastic action if somehow this ends up working. Now, I don't know how this normally plays out for Hadrian when he plays this system. He's the next McDavid or the next Shane Van Gisbergen. Not sure which one's less or more appropriate, because that is a hell of a front line with Vanetti and Ramadan in there. Yeah, if Piasklevica... Does anyone remember the This was in Hungary, I think. Or was it? It was either Hungary or Malta. That game where we were desperately trying to throw a cup final. And we did eventually manage to succeed, I think. But they had chance after chance after chance and would not score. I think it was actually in Malta. It was when we were playing We Want This. Leo Carlson, we haven't. That Leo Carlson thing is batshit, but I actually really like it from Philly. Because either they get an incredible 1C, albeit a stupid amount of money, but he's only 21, and with the cap going up, it might be an alright deal in the future. Or they force Anaheim into a situation where they're having to pay an absurd amount of money, and I do just think that it's great shithousery. Who's in goal? In goal is James Beloya, he of the Philippines national team fame, and he's already let one in. Connects Champions League winners, but actually has never won it. Ajax, Barcelona, Inter, Juve. Oh my god, that's just so many teams that I couldn't even begin to fathom who that could be. Like, my brain wouldn't even begin to start it without a number. I think you... Basically, from what I understand it, if you've already got your numbers assigned, which we do, it seems to clear off the last 3 numbers, or however many numbers you need at the very end of the list, from 99 backwards. Every single time it removes them for you, so you can add them in. Because if you actually look at the squad thing that tells you how many numbers you have assigned, ours is into the 150s. Because this tactic, this is the we are hoping to lose tactic. And maybe this will be the little bump up they need. Hello, Spirikov. I'm very well. I'll be a lot weller if, 1, we lose this game, 2, we beat Manchester City in the second leg, or at least don't lose, and 3, if Gornik managed to not lose their second leg against Man United, because we could potentially have 2 finals. This is really nice football. Oh, it's like watching us of the past. What camera? This is, if you mean like the in-game camera, just in... I use dynamic sideline, height 4, camera zoom, which obviously you can't touch, and that's it, basically. Oh, we do have them. I just want to make sure these are still correct. Yeah, they are. I forgot we had a command for that. And if you mean the actual camera, then it is a Canon EOS 200D. Just in case. You've got to cover your bases on these things. We're concerningly only a goal down after 15 minutes here. I'd like to see if we could create a chance playing like this. But I'm assuming the idea is that you're not actually going to. Yeah, basically, Hadrian sent over an absolutely gopping tactic, which is designed to be bad, basically. So we've rotated the entire team and played the gopping tactic because we need to lose this match, because if Piasklevica win the cup, they'll qualify for the Europa League next year at the expense of someone who we really don't want in the Europa League next year. And it's our opportunity to finally exercise that, which doesn't come along very often. Because we're just trying to do everything we can to at least how, hopefully, some of the better sides get into Europe next year. Twitch viewers stream promotion. No way! Chat, you hear that? Twitch viewers stream promotion. I mean, I think what we need some new viewers, frankly. Like, I'm bored of you lot now. You're too nice to me. Vanetti and Rama, they have got such a good front line, and it does baffle me how bad they were in Europe this year for some reason. Do you know what? I'm actually surprised at how little I get of stuff like that. Because all I hear when I see, like, content around the streaming industry, like you see a lot of TikTok creators that are like, these are the things I would recommend for streamers, blah, 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 blah. And a lot of the advice is terrible as well, so be careful with that. But it's always to do with things like people shilling graphic design stuff or the viewer bot stuff, and I just don't feel like we see as much as that as you'd think we would do, really. Oh, thing is, Paul, with a trade, there needs to be consideration on both sides. So if we give them half, what are they likely to give us back? I'm joking, half. We love you, and I hope you're well. FIFA match fixing. Do you know what, Peast? I respect it. But I have investigated myself and found myself not guilty, and I hope that will be okay. I was judge, jury, and sexecutioner. What the Anyway. Playing time do you have on the save? On the save itself, I don't know for sure, because you can check in the game status, but obviously I can't do it mid-match. It's a good amount. I mean, I have... Oh, Christ, how many hours? I did check this a couple of weeks ago, didn't I? But it always baffles me how much... It's a lot. Obviously not as much as 24, because it was a double cycle, but... I have 1,128 hours in the game, overall. But this save obviously isn't all of that. Massive web. There's a space in the market for massive web. Like... Problem with Piasklevica is they do try to walk it into the net a little bit. I always kind of want to switch to our other tactic in the second half to see how much we can come back. Not guilty on what grounds? Hey, you don't need to know. This is a secret kangaroo court piece. It's a goose court, in fact. Fake Bartos. It's my guy. I think we've successfully been bad. And we're also pumping the tyres on some... I can see how this tactic is... It's just kind of bad. I kind of think that maybe at half-time I might switch to our normal one and just see how much we could come back with this team in it. Oh, the way they ran out there. To be fair, the other one I had probably wasn't much better. This is really just pure, we're going to lose every moment, aren't we? Which is kind of what I wanted from it, in fairness. I'm not complaining about that. It's going to do the job. I think what I'll do is I'll do my best to try and see what we can come up with. I'm going to do it now because otherwise it's never going to happen, is it? Kukonda. Penis is in there as well. You can go to that spot. Janishits can go there. Coffee can go... There's a limit to what I can do with it, but that'll probably be okay for the time being. Just see if it gets any better. Imagine if we did get sacked for not winning the cup final. It's bottom more than people... Really? Yeah, I mean, ours technically, because it reached a certain size, we had to be listed in like Discord's community thingy or something. So it technically is more open. In the same way that like Patreon have added a load of new stuff now as well. Match fixing is very frowned upon in Denmark and punishment is very severe. I'm still going to do it though. When the needs are suited by my needs, I will be match fixing the hell out of things in Denmark. Just like I have rarely in Poland. We haven't done a lot of match fixing in Poland. It's rarely that any situation throws up an opportunity for us to do it. It happens a couple of times a save, and this is very much one of them. The one I really want though is where we have to match fix a Champions League final. I've never had the opportunity to throw a final to another side of my league, and one day I just wish that would happen. As it's... Well, we're actually going to... Hey, we got one back! Uriku Konda. That's a name from the past, bless him. I will do the Harrow Bishop Ultras as well the second we get out of this match as well, Phantom. So don't think I have forgotten that. Fire for match fixing. They'd have to prove it first. I think match fixing is probably frowned upon in Poland too, but they won't care so much if it helps out the country overall. Although I'd start to get a bit perturbed if we do begin to come back in this match, because Piaskowicz might play slightly differently, given that they're 5-0 up. Their complacency might cost them. Let's go. Coutinho Neto again. That's an opportunity for him to fill his boots a little bit more. If we got another one back before half-time, I would be a little bit... Oh, look at him go. Oh, he should have been. Goodness me. He's been playing quite badly in this game as it happens, but I'm just happy to see Audi Kukonda score a goal. Do I want to change that? Probably not. I'd like to try and catch up with them on XG. That would be quite fun, considering how much of a deficit we've had. And maybe a goal for Amaricio Penis. Oh my god, what a strike. Akuda max fixing an under-13s game. What would be the benefit to you to even do that? Surely no one's taking... Like... Surely there isn't a market on under-13s matches in Denmark, no? Or is it more a case of... Like, oh my god, we've got another one. But what would be the benefit to you match fixing there, right? Players who bet on their own match have jobs in the game afterwards. These guys are all getting jobs. If anything, they're getting extra jobs. I think this is what I mean. I'll take the blood money and we can match fix when it matters most. The second I get that opportunity, one day on a Building a Nation save, maybe it will be Denmark. Who knows? Maybe it will be Poland. I hope so. We will get the chance to throw a final to someone else. But it will really have to be in the Champions League. But unfortunately, in all my years and probably over 100 seasons now of playing Building a Nation saves, another side from the nation I'm managing it has never reached a Champions League final. The closest we've come, I think, and it's only happened once, was ironically, I'm pretty certain, someone might be able to correct me on this, was Treaty United save, which is weird considering that one, I'd argue, had the lowest ceiling of the bunch. But we did have Dundalk once get to a Champions League semi-final where they got absolutely ridden by Benfica. Truly appallingly. 10-0 midway through the first half, took out two of my players to make it to replace it. I don't really think that's match fixing. I think that, especially at youth level, that actually makes a lot of sense just in terms of... Because ultimately at that age, right, it's surely just about kids enjoying playing football. I was usually on the other team when that happened, where they went, oh, go on, you can have one of our players. Because we went to a very tiny primary school. Still won 81. Hell yeah. Give you the national team job at that point. Yeah, that bug's still there, Hayden. It's any goals that are scored in stoppage time don't show up on the latest score thing until after the match. if I recall, Dundalk lost the first leg of that semi-final 6-0 or something, despite it being like a dead even match or something. Just one of those games when proper knockout bullshit starts to happen. That was nearly 5-3. We've actually done surprisingly well considering the quality of players that are in this team. It's not like, okay, yeah, I've put the other tactic in, but this is not a good side that we've got out there nevertheless. I think we'll finish today. There's been a lot more attrition this season. I'm going to go 17. I think we'll absolutely lose both Astons or something. Cadillacs probably as well. Or one of them maybe. One of them, yeah, maybe one of them will do all right. And I mean, that's most of the problem solved right there, I suppose. Yeah, 17 feels about right, because there's bound to be someone that just gets a technical issue further up the grid, and maybe you get sort of an accident that takes a driver out or two. Oh, they've gone. Finally. 6-2. Hopefully we wouldn't damage our morale too much if we were to lose too heavily, so it'd be nice if we could get it back a bit closer, even if those other players weren't playing there. Fixing stuff that was broken. The time comes up. Remember the list of fixes. Yes. Are there any things that we should like watch out for, Cameron, with that? Because obviously the usual things that we'll probably focus on is the loan rules, just so that we can implement a Norway-style system to ensure that we can basically just do less box ticking for us. Realistically, who am I even bringing in here? You can come in, I suppose. Elgin Blanco, I forgot about him. I probably should have started him, actually. I didn't realise he was available for this game. One for the future. Highest scoring cup game. I'd be willing to bet it's a lot higher than this because of the lower rounds. Sometimes a random B team will go really... Oh, I should have brought Hansen too. Yep, good point. Is he there? He is. Done and done. Ooh, over the bar. Optimistic. I mean, my optimistic... That would require, what, 5 people? To be fair, that could literally just be the Cadillacs, the Astons, and one other, isn't it, actually, now I think about it. If it's 17. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22... Yeah. Maybe you're right. I thought I was being pessimistic, but now that you've actually thrown numbers at me, I'm starting to realise you may be incorrect in this one. Fair play to James Malloy again. See, he got a big move off the back of the World Cup. And, let's not forget, the Philippines also reached the Asian Cup final this year too, with him in goal. So, you know, the groundwork that we laid during our very short-lived time at the Philippines, boss, made a big deal for them. Been 15 on average. Has it actually been 15 on average? Jesus Christ, I didn't realize it was as bad as that. Shows how... The problem is a lot of the time is I'll finish a stream and then I'll put the F1 on the other monitor, but I can never focus on it as much as I'd like to because I'm usually doing the post-stream stuff, which takes several hours, which is why I'm definitely going to change things up for next... Not this season's recap, but the one after, which is basically I will be essentially not ignoring the league, but it will be such a side issue that means I won't have to capture highlights of all the matches for domestic stuff anymore, and that will certainly cut down on a lot of the capture time, editing time, all that stuff time, and it'll make it much easier overall, and it'll make the videos better, I think, overall, which is what I'm looking for. And I like that. I think it was Bolskov's idea about still doing the league table things at the same time as I do them normally, but just as a sort of quick update rather than like the way it is currently. I think that will certainly help. We have lost the cup final. He has red hair. I'm sure that's just like a glitch, but that looks pretty cool, actually. I don't need to see you lift the cup. The board are going to be pissed at us, aren't they? Right, we do have some place to do something. We're still miles ahead in the league. We've already won the division. We have lost a couple of games since then because we've been rotating more heavily. We actually went on a spell of no losses in all comps in 39 matches, which came from an end against Lecky when I really rotated. 3 games, my team scored 70% of the goals. We lost all 3 games. Really? How did that happen? Coffee, Kukonda, Neto, no man of the match was there. Sick. And Pottsbury's actually got a bit of a lead on us today here. Oh, also, apologies that I didn't show the Fantasy League table at the start of today's stream. My After Effects is updated and it's broken the script that I use to create the table. So I need to investigate why. So it still creates it, but it doesn't drag in the names properly from the CSV file for some reason. So I need to investigate what's changed there. Adobe have obviously bowled something up. Own goals. Sorry, forgive me, I was confused, but yes, I get your point. Imagine if they did just randomly sack us. Now, they probably will have a word. It's just nice to see Audi Kukonda playing, honestly. Bless him. So that's got them into the Europa League next year, which is awesome. We really do need that. And we can celebrate this with the Harrow Bishop Ultras as well. Chat, you know what to do. I feel like I haven't pushed this button in ages. To the point where I'm... Where's Harrow Bishop gone? Un momento, por favor. Where's my button for Harrow Bishop Ultras gone? HBU. Oh, I've moved it to the 3rd page. Chat, you know what to do. Let's go.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I have through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I have through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Things you'd love to see. So that's interesting, comrade, actually. The thing about the fixture congestion. How bad are we talking? As in, where we're having like 3 games a week type beat. Malenga wants improved deal for Kapumbu. This is the epitome of the thing Hadrian was on about. And this is why I don't feel bad about doing this glitch. This man has literally never played a match for us until that last match. And I only threw him in because we had no other choice. His emergence as a first team squad player. No, you played 1 game in the cup. That's not emergence as a first team squad player, my friend. Absolutely mental. So, what we do is we do Hadrian's little trick. So we enter the contract negotiations. We give him whatever the fuck he wants. Because otherwise he'll just kick off. We finalise the deal. Like that. I hit continue once. Imagine he just signs it straight away. That'd be very him, actually. And then we go back into Kapumbu. Go in here. Withdraw the contract offer. Problem solved. And now he won't kick off again. And he doesn't kick off. Like, that is obviously a massive cheese. I don't feel bad about it when it comes up with... Because the fact that he's even asking for that is in itself cheese. Like, a player that's never played for you. He's not emerged as a first team player because he's played 1 game. Disappointed with club progress. Fair. But I think the Champions League thing, thankfully, is more important. Follow up on the contract offer. Wait, what? So you change your mind. Have they actually kicked off about it? Wasting your time. Go away! Well, interesting. As if he's actually... Wow. We've had first team players not kick off about that. 6-month increments on contract. Oh, really? Yeah, that might be something we'll have to check into for that. But ultimately, I think... Obviously, we can investigate that stuff closer to the time because we will have a closer look at things to make sure there's nothing that's... We just don't want something that's going to completely dismantle us. Because I know that there's a minimum wage for players in Denmark, isn't there? 2 zones injured. 3rd or 4th season. I guess it depends on what type of save you're doing, Joseph. Because like with the aim of this save, it's got a grander goal beyond just sort of trying to win the Champions League. So I think sometimes it's about where you set your goals and ultimately choosing the right save definitely matters too, because if you choose a save that, say you get, the littlest things can make a huge difference in terms of getting a youth intake player that comes through that you're obsessed with because they're your player, that, you know, no one else has this player. I think that's one of the biggest things. And I think that's partly coming back to what we were talking about earlier. One of the reasons why I'm actually completely okay with that thing where the youth intakes are better in the first couple of seasons, just because, did you not have that? That shit. That certainly helps. Non-EU players. Because it was like £800 or something, but that was a while ago when I checked that, in fairness. Which is totally fine. Because I suspect, I mean, it won't be fine immediately, because when we first get to the club, that's probably going to be quite a lot of money for, I don't know, actually, I'm not sure what sort of money the players are on at HB Kyrgyz at the start of the save. Send you guys around again. Anyone fun in here? Roma guy we looked at before. Purnell. Oh, wait, was this the guy from, Wait, it's a different player. West Brom have signed 2 guys out of non-league England. He's worth £7 million now. He's got an active relegation release clause from when West Brom got relegated. He's 20 now, though, which kind of sucks. Oh, he's still intriguing, though. That guy again. That guy for Piaskovica. I might shortlist Mr. Purnell. I'm just curious about him. But he is... we could definitely do with another centre-back. What we really need is another wing-back, though. Okay. Judgment Day is upon us. Molsky's hurt again. Ever since we decided that we were finally going to start playing Molsky today, just in a different role, he has basically been skiving off of every single opportunity to do so. God, that guy's got a beard and a half. Under 19 national team striker on their team. Really? That's kind of cool. Okay, fair. Because obviously a lot of our early scouting is going to have to come from Denmark to begin with, because we're starting so low down. Although I suspect that even in the second tier, you could probably switch your scouting around enough to be able to get some guys coming in. On your 41st birthday. Damn. Actually, when would this be? So this is what, 40? Oh my god. I'd already be 50 years old. I'd already be 50 years old. And is he likely to be there at the start of next season, Basil, or is there interest from other clubs in him? Because obviously with this being FM27... Actually, that's a good question. Are there any players at HB Kurgan that are like seen as, I'm assuming this is the guy, ridiculously high potential for the future? Because it'd be really cool if we did have a guy that was already at the club when we got there. Fulham still won't have a manager, no, but it might still nearly be over or below at the time. Heck, Fulham will probably still be managed by Marco Silva in this save. Be 31. Still 5 years younger than me. Only 19, fair enough. I mean more in like from an FM standpoint. It does suck a bit that Egil Sauer... Oh no, I'm thinking of a different guy. Egil Holm. We have a second Egil is knocking about these days. Okay. Let's go. This is where it's at. Not playing that system, of course. We're playing this system. Still going to have to rotate. Oh, I did all matches. Bugger. I'm going to have to do this manually because otherwise, if I quick pick it, there's a chance that it might potentially... It could potentially screw us up. So we want Al Shankiti in there. We want Polizia in there. We want Montparnasse in there. We want Joao Carlos in there. We want left wing back is Alvarez. Then in that one we want Kowalski. Then we want Naeem on that side. Then we want Mana there. Van Kemsika if he doesn't score another own goal. Then we want Steinbergen. Then we want Ayapong. And then I can just do pick all positions for the bench and then adjust it myself. Pick without restriction. Unpick predictions. Cool. Turn. Oh, it's already on. Ah, shit. They're all just there now because of... Oh, no, I've got this turned on, haven't I? That might just be every player available. Yeah, it is. We're in season 14. My reports when I go to... Good to see. You can give us the preliminary scouting reports. Okay, is that what I want? Yeah. I think we just got to lick the stamp and not send it. This is the epitome of not doing that, actually. I just hope that we don't get some silly bollocks. Has been sold to Luganes already. When is the inaugural? Oh, is it the Lego race? Nice. That's a really cool graphic, actually. Okay. Mushroom Man, thank you very much for the 5 months. I'm just going to, before I start yapping even further, let's go. Let's get into this match.
Hello, Matto and Chatto.
Oh, before I do.
I am in London still. Heading out to get some food now, so please enjoy your stream. Goose emoji.
I will, my friend.
Goose
enjoy
emoji.
your food.
Goose emoji. Goose emoji. Goose emoji. Goose emoji.
Why can't I see the goose emoji? On my screen, it's just showing up as like a white dot. Or is that meant to be a goose egg? I can't see the emoji. Ruined. I feel like it's actually surprising that I don't have a goose-based emote for chat now at this point. Pog and I... Oh, maybe you can't... I can't see them on my screen. That's really strange. Pog was at the garden centre on Friday because she was getting some weed killer and stuff. And the goose space water feature that I liked before was still there. But despite the fact that it had not been sold in God knows how long, it was the only one left, they've put the price back up from £80 to £130 on it again. And I was thinking to myself before I knew that, I could just have it in my office. Little goose space water feature in the background would have been fantastic. But apparently... Okay, big goose space water feature in the background would have been brilliant. But no, despite not being able to sell it, they put the price up by £50 because that's how it works. Maybe they're trying to make it seem more elusive. There's three of them. Maybe they've got new stock, you see. Yeah. The diamond trade and goose space water features. Horrible. X-Display, yeah. I don't know. I do want to get some more goose-related things. I just don't have enough of them.
And not many people do goose-related.
They really don't. And when they do, it's always just silly goose this, silly goose that. Yeah, it's not particularly interesting. Oh, hang on. Wait. Yes! He's done it again. His 10th... Sorry, Pog. His 10th goal in the Champions League this season for Roberto Polizia. I mean, what a finish from the man. That's it. He's doing... I'm making him in the thumbnail for this... Wait, was this first time? Oh my God, on the volley. Keeper's got to be saving that. Sorry, Pog. That is a hell of a finish. So that's 3 emotes I need to make, basically. Polizia's emote. Marobot's emote. And one just general goose-based. 3-1. This actually gives us something to hang on to here. Come on. Remove stadium requirements. Oh, really? Would we have to, like, improve our stadium then if we were to get promoted? Like Emre Can. I'll take that. Wait, you think I look tan enough to be Emre Can? I don't. I'm a very pasty man as well, you know, but the lighting does me a lot of favours in that sense. Are you saying I look more athletic these days, Dan? Ah, dear. Hello, Valevsky. How are you, friend?
My tan's darker.
Well, yes, of course your tan's darker. It's the German shirt. I suppose so, yeah. I'm part of the Essex diaspora to Germany. That was a dreadful first half, but it doesn't matter how dreadful it was because we're winning. I don't know what the exact intricacies of that would be, Waterford Wizard. I think that one might be a tougher one to explain. You're probably right. I'd have to talk to my accountancy friend on that one. Because obviously you can claim things like that, but I think it would have to actively be used a bit more than just in the background. Just part of the set, isn't it? It is but a prop. It's not. She's still been using the moisturizing shampoo, not moisturizing shampoo, the moisturizing, the tanning moisturizer. Basically, it's called like Bondi something or other. I forget. Well, I mean, there are some quite interesting things that you can claim. Like one of the things that is at least some kind of advantage is I can claim things like a portion of my rent back and stuff as part of this because I use my home as a business essentially. Albeit it has to be pro rata, but it's still like better than nothing. So there's some advantages there. I suppose it's a prop. I just have to feature it in my Emery Tan. Yeah, so basically, Valensky, because of the view-only setup of the database, if a team is basically not in a playable league, they rarely ever change their managers. And the only time they really will do is if their manager is poached for an international job. And even then, sometimes they just don't replace them at that point either. I'm kind of hoping we just stink the place out at this point now. Well, we've got a 2-goal lead on the night. In the tie. It really is just a case of just don't lose on the night. We've got half an hour to go, and there's a lot that can still go wrong from here because we've seen very little out of City, which means they will score the first opportunity they get. Of course they will. Oh my god, I thought that was in. Is anyone really struggling today? Van Kemsika's not done great. That middle centre-back in this system is always a bit of a trouble spot, and that's part of the reason why I'm kind of glad we don't do it so much anymore. Right, they've just made a change. I'm going to let that sink in, then I'll make our tactical change there. Because it didn't actually sink in, as typical FM. Right. Montparousse has been... He's kind of shaded away a little bit towards the end of the Champions League phase. I'm not going to lie to him. Geisler's in. The rest of the lads have done okay. I have nobody else to bring into the Van Kemsika role. Al Shankiti's been quite poor here. I do wonder if this is a Gomez-y moment. Just to give us a bit of fresh legs. And maybe... Ooh. Maybe... No, not Montparousse. Melon. Maybe Paulo Enrique. Yeah, just rotate those three in. Give it a bit of fresh legs for running. Change the role. We used it. I mean, the thing is, the tactic works well. We've tried experimenting with that role countless times, and nothing has ever really been able to make it do anything other than be a little bit useless. So I suspect it's one of those things where it's just a case of we're going to have to just accept that it's likely to be a little bit less effective than the others. Although we could always shuffle the team around a little bit in places to try to see if that could work. Let me just weak foot their wingers too, actually. They got Mikey Moore. Did not notice that. We'll go after these two as well. Because they've just switched up both of their wing-backs. Sorry, not their wing-backs, their wide players. 20 minutes to go. I think the longer we can go before conceding the inevitable goal, because it will happen at some point, the better. Because if we conceded it off this play, for example, I would still be very worried about the rest of this game, because it's not exactly been a stellar performance from us. Although... you see, second ball, we're just a little bit more passive than before. Make it less rigid. I don't think it has any specific instructions, to be honest. I think it's just that with the way that we set up, that middle centre-back is always the one that's... They do need to be the taller one. And I think that might be... Maybe Manor should be there. The problem is if you... Because we've got the two guys outside of them that do a lot of running. Oh, shit. Goalkeepers. He literally doesn't even pull his hands... It's 2-1. Sorry, not 2-1. It's 3-2, and Mikey Moore gets City's first opening of the entire game, basically. I don't know. Goalkeepers. He just sort of pulls his hand in. That's their first shot on target of the entire match. Ours is tired, not doing that well, but we've got coffee, and I think we could do with that freshness over there now. I think I'll just leave the other sub just in case. Yeah, I don't know. Our goalkeepers just look so... a lot of the time. Right, 15 minutes to go. They've had one shot on target in the entire game. Gomez has not looked great off the bench. I do wonder if that was the wrong choice of taking El Shankiti off. Because he did kind of come to life in the last game after we made a few changes. Have they made any more? Oh, they have. They've got another midfielder on the pitch now. They've made some very odd changes. Let's try that. I think I might have to start trying to potentially around about 85 minutes like we normally do, because we've not been great in this second half. This has been very much balls against the wall, backs against the wall. You don't want your balls against the wall. That's the exact opposite of what you want. No, time wasting is an attacking instruction, isn't it? We want tiny bit lower tempo. How good Manchester City? So far, we're 6 minutes away potentially, but City are starting to throw bodies forward now, and that is what worries me. With 5 minutes of stoppage time, I'm almost afraid to... Oh, God. This is a highlight with that something is going to happen off of this highlight. We are literally 2 minutes away. Oh, no. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? He's going to club this long for absolutely no reason. Right, bring it down and be sensible with it. Oh, yeah, cool. Right, I think we've all seen this movie before, unfortunately. We've got 90 seconds left. That was the highlight. We've done it. We are in another Champions League final. What was that highlight for? Policia's goal has sent us to a Champions League final with his 20th goal of the season, and half of which have been in the Champions League. It's done it again. And that's 8 years in a row now where we've either gone out of the round of 16 or gone to the final. How does this happen every time? No thanks to our keeper. That second half definitely was not it. Get in. Huge win. The only thing that can make this better for us now, beyond obviously going and winning the final on Tuesday, is if Gornik Zabzia also get to a Conference League final on the same day. We've not had a double final stream yet in this save. This would be a lovely step up here. I think overall, over 2 legs, that's about right. I think both games pretty much had fair results in them. We were better side in the first leg, 1-2-1. This game was very even overall, 2-1 all draw. I take that. Did we even get a man of the match for this one? Polizia... Yep, of course it was. It was Polizia, because obviously, my boy. More points for you, my son. Get in. Time wasting option, given the change in rules. I don't think it really changed all that much in terms of FM. I think maybe you see players booked for it a bit more, but I don't really think FM's got the... Time wasting in FM looks a bit different. You never see really players taking the ball to the corner flag in the same way that you did once. During the beta for an FM a couple of years ago, there was a thing that happened, but it seems to have never been in the game since then. Yeah, it's not a great day for a suit, is it? Europa League Conference Final already on. Did we? I don't think we did, because we had Jagiellonia's final. That was Europa League. Then we got to the final the following year in the Europa League. Then we had a Champions League final. But I don't think we've ever had both. It's definitely going to be getting warmer over the course of the next week, though, unfortunately. That is for sure. Right. Barcelona in the final. We've not played Barca before. The question is, it's all very well us talking about a double final, but they've got to get there. They won the first leg by 2 goals, but that was at home. I could easily see... I mean, my prediction was that they'll go out in extra time because United will be too good. And I fear that that might well be the case. The only thing that maybe could help us here is, where are United in the Premier League these days? 7th. Okay. Oxford United, again, just kind of doing just fine. Fabulous from them. Having 2 finals, I mean, and if they get to the final, whoever they're playing in the final surely would not be as good, pound for pound, as Manchester United, ultimately. That doesn't seem likely. So maybe there's hope. Oh, right, here we go. Friday morning. Extra class. Come on. Oh my God. They won at Old Trafford. They went and won both legs. As if Gordy... They're bottom of the extra classer. They've won both legs against Manchester United, and we will have a double final on Tuesday. That's mad. They are so fortunate. That's great for Cardiff. They didn't even need to win that. Girona is not going to be easy by any means. Who did Girona beat to get here? Just look at their pathway quickly. Wait, they had Malmö. They also lost to Malmö. They have beaten Hertha. And Shamrock... They've had a very, very favourable run to the final here with Shamrock Rovers. Hertha are obviously decent, but then Osijek and Malmö, whom they lost to as well. Their form is relatively mid as well. Where are they in La Liga at the moment? 15th. Then again, Girona are also even worse than that. So, tell you what, this is This has some potential for some absolute monstrous stuff on Tuesday. Oh, I'm so excited by that now. That's incredible. So when is the finals? I just need to make sure that we've got all the finals locked in nicely for the stuff. So our final is the 28th of May. Okay, I need to make sure I get that loan script sorted. Or, because it's 2 finals, isn't it? So there's going to be any time for any to do that on Tuesday anyway. But 28th of May for that final. What's the Europa League final? Arsenal versus Inter. God, that's a hell of a final. So 28th of May and then 25th of May. Okay, cool. So that's where we've got to get to. Is there a game that day? Let me guess. No. Okay, so our league season will be finished. Let's go. Okay, that's amazing. What does that do for coefficient, actually? One last little check here. Because that should have pushed us over the 20 point right now. Particularly as 20.25. So nearly as much as last season. We will also get extra points just for playing in the final as well. That's really, really good. These are more like what we needed. A few of these sort of seasons, this will keep us cooking. And there is a chance we could end up with an extra team in Europe next year, because if Gornik win it, they will go into Europe. At the moment, it's going to be at the expense of Arca, though, which kind of fucking sucks, but I don't know what we can really do about that. But Domac is still 3 points out. They could maybe get in there, potentially.
Just 2 blocks from here.
Alawoy? I'm sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly, which I'm sure I am. Thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate that. Right. Okay, let me just quickly save the game here, because otherwise I will forget. That has set us up for a very, very fun stream on Tuesday, because we've got Conference League final and Champions League final directly after that. So, yes! Okay, I'm super happy with that. No, I wasn't saying they get an expensive Arca. I'm talking about Piast Gliwice. They would get at the moment, they would get what essentially is the 7th spot. Obviously, they would get Europa League as a result, but it would shuffle down because they're not going to be finishing in those spots. Gornik would just get the extra spot, which I don't know if that's any good for us either, realistically, because the last thing we need is to be watered down even further at this point, but we do our best. So, let me see who I can send you lovely folks over to this afternoon. Oh, dear. I'm pumped for that now. Ooh, who have we got? Oh, we got Kempe. Let's do Kempe. When GP starts, the GP starts, I believe, in literally just a couple of minutes, which means we finished pretty much perfectly on time as well. Which is just things you love to see. So, I forgot. What's actually... Oh, no, I think the VOD comment today actually was to do with the... Oh, was it 3 o'clock today? Oh, right. For some reason, I thought it was 2 o'clock. It's always 2 o'clock. Oh, of course, it's normally 2 o'clock, but that's because it's usually an hour ahead, because it's... Yeah, of course. So yeah, okay, that's fine though. I've got a bit of time, so I might actually be able to watch it properly this time. So thank you for joining me today, my friends. I've had a spiffing time, and we're in a Champions League final, which means Tuesday is going to be an absolute vibe. Hopefully I come back to you celebrating an England victory, and we can talk all about the altitude and how it was a really big deal and other things. So I'll see you guys very soon. I'll be chilling with Pog for a little bit, and yeah, I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Enjoy the rest of your weekends, my friends. I'll see you guys soon. Hold your gun, a capybara, bye bye.